diagnostics and automation in diagnostics. Then we will go through a couple of interesting case studies of startups who have developed these AI-based products, and then we will, end the session with key regulatory frameworks which are currently there um, to approve such products, and what is the path ahead for us. Um, Before we go to the next slide, I would there is a request. If you have any questions or anything, please post it in the chat box, and then towards the end of the presentation, we can go through them in detail, and then uh, we can discuss those. So first and foremost, AI in healthcare. So if we go by the definition, the AI is the application of machine learning and computational intelligence to available medical data. And what it does, so it provides the automated analysis and interpretation of complex medical information, which is present in the inputs that you have fed to this, AI algorithms. And the outcome of this entire operation is the decision support system for the clinicians. And here you can see the different applications, which is the applications of AI in different fields. So today we will majorly focus on to the diagnosis of diseases using AI. But the application of AI is not just limited to diagnosis. It has its application in drug discovery, personalized medicine, um, streamlining the clinical trials of these devices, and also the prediction of the disease outbreak. Now, before that, let's go through the brief history of this AI. So the you know the AI, the conceptual foundation of AI began in 1950 when Professor Alan Turing introduced the famous Turing test to determine whether the machines have capability to show the intelligent behavior. And the term artificial intelligence itself was actually coined in 1956 at one of the conference at Dartmouth College, and that event actually marks the actual beginning of the field of artificial intelligence. Now, the earliest exploration of AI in healthcare began in 1970 with the development of a system called Dendral at Stanford University. And this system, Dendral system, was actually designed to analyze the mass spectrometry data to identify the unknown organic molecules in the samples. Now, this groundbreaking system actually, demonstrated the capability of computers that it can automate the complex decision-making processes, as well as the tasks which are actually used to performed only by the human experts. So that's why this system, Dendral system, called as a early expert system, because it has demonstrated the capability of any human expert who used to do this uh, job. Then came the era of 1970s to 1980s, and this is called the pioneer era. And during this decade, actually, there was a true entry of AI into the clinical medicine. And the most significant milestone, which we can say in this decade, that happened during 1972 to 1976 at, again, Stanford University. And they have developed a system called Mycin. Now, this system was designed to diagnose the bacterial infections like bacteremia and meningitis, and it also has capability to recommend the appropriate antibiotic treatments for depending on the type of infection it is. Also, the system had a capability to suggest the dose of the antibiotics need to be taken. So this was the era of 1970s. Then it was followed by again further improvements on these systems, and like the many such systems came during the next decade of 1980s to 1990s, and it followed by the digital revolution era, uh, which is before I mean between 2000 to 2010s. So in during this decade, there was a lot of transformative changes happened in the area of AI, because of the increased computational power was available, as well as there was already digitization of medical records. It has also been started, and during that time only in 2003 there was also the completion of human genome project. So uh, between this decade, the years starting from 2000 to 2010, there was lot of such big changes happened. And then finally, the latest what we are seeing right now, and what we are encountering day by day, uh, each and every the innovations that are happening in this period of time starting from the 2020s. So from 2000 20s, we have seen lot many such AI based products in healthcare, and those products are actually FDA approved, meaning that it can be used on the actual patients, not just for the research purpose, but it can these products are actually going to be used in the field at the hospitals or with the clinicians. So this growth has happened in last 5 6 years, and we have seen so many hundreds of products being approved by either FDA or EU authorities. So moving on to the key categories where these AI enabled diagnostic devices are actually approved by the FDA. So FDA is actually Food and Drug Administration. It is a governing what I can say that authority for approval of any medical device in USA. So out of all the approved products in the domain of AI based diagnosis, about half of the products are pertaining to the area of radiology and medical imaging. So this includes actually the tools for detection of abnormalities in the X-rays, CT scans, or MRI, as well as the ultrasound images. And the usage of such tools are actually to triage the lung nodules, or screening of the breast cancer, or detection of stroke, or it can be simple things like fracture identification, which is generally sometimes it is being missed by the radiologist. Then the next the share of applications are pertaining to the cardiology area. So in the domain of cardiology, these tools are increasingly being used for the detection of arrhythmia, as well as interpretation of the electrocardiography records, and the analysis of echocardiography. And some of these systems also has a capability to assess the risk of heart attack, or it can also assist in coronary imaging interpretation. So these are the the applications currently being used in field, and these are all approved by the FDA. Now, again, after the cardiology, the next domain where the AI applications are functional is the neurology. So, in the domain of neurology, it is being increasingly used for detection of seizure, brain hemorrhage, localization, and detection of early stroke. And it all happens with the help of the data, such as like electrophysiological data, or it can be the images of brain, like CT scan or MRI. It also includes the tools which can analyze the EEG records as well as the sleep studies. Then the next domain, some applications are there, is the pathology or the digital pathology. And here the AI is actually able to enable the automation of, microscopic slide analysis, as well as based on the analysis of the slide, it can also provide the details about whether there is a presence of cancer, or it can also grade the severity of any particular cancer, as well as it can be a simple thing as like quantification of digital pathology workflows. And most of the time what we can see is that in the large labs, pathology labs, the pathologists are severely, they have a severe workload. So if they are deploying these AI based tools, then their workflow is getting significantly faster, and they are able to get the results very consistent. So it is actually load sharing. The AI is providing the load sharing to the its users. And the last, we can say that there are some amount of applications, like about 15% also there in the IVD, which is the in vitro diagnostic devices. And so in this domain, again, the tools are providing support for analysis of blood, or the microbial identification, or the genomic testing. So all these products are actually pertains to the domain of in vitro diagnostics. And last but not least, there are some, I mean, 5% of applications are also there in the general hospital work, as well as the some specific specialities like dermatology is there, then ophthalmology is there, pulmonology is there. So 5% of applications are also there in this domain. Okay, moving to the, the critical, okay, can say is that how these AI-based tools actually work. So we will, go through this entire block diagram. So this AI-powered diagnostics, um, it actually leverages the, artificial intelligence algorithms, and it analyzes the complex medical data, and it provides the accurate and rapid diagnostic insights. Now, there are three main layers for this AI based diagnostic tools. The very first layer is called the data input layer, followed by the processing layer, and the last comes the output layer. So, this the data input layer actually receives the various types of medical information. The processing layer applies machine learning algorithms to analyze this medical data, and the output layer provides diagnostic recommendations or classifications. If we talk about the data sources, like what kind of data can be fed to these AI algorithms, so there are many, multiple data sources uh, which can be fed to the AI algorithms. The primary data types include the medical imaging data, and these medical imaging data actually represents the largest category of AI diagnostic applications. So as we can say that about 50% of the AI based tools are actually uh, getting the input data in terms of medical imaging or medical images. So these images can be of uh, these are x-rays or CT scans, medical magnetic resonance imaging images, or PET scan, SPECT scan, these type of scans. And these systems actually use the advanced imaging processing techniques, such as image segmentation, quantification, and pattern recognition to identify the abnormalities present in these medical images. The next set of um, data that can be given to the algorithm is the electronic health records. Now, this electronic health records, it has two types of information. One is the structured information, another one is the unstructured information. Now, when we talk about the unstructured information, these are actually the maybe we can say that these are the handwritten notes of physician, or physician's observation about a particular patient's case. So when this type of information is being fed to the AI algorithm, then we also need to understand that how the algorithm will perceive this kind of unstructured information. So with the help of techniques such as natural language processing, this algorithm actually extract the meaningful information from the unstructured clinical notes, which are present in the electronic health record of any patient. And it converts this information into machine readable formats. The next set of data that can be provided as an input to the algorithm is the laboratory and vital signs data. So, the blood reports, as well as the various different reports that we get from any laboratory out of, the analysis of blood or analysis of urine or any other vital, uh, information that generally we get through the laboratory test results. So, this can be also fed to the AI algorithm. Uh, the other type of data that are of use is the genetic and the molecular data. So the advanced AI techniques also incorporate the genomic data and the molecular biomarkers to enable the precision medicine approaches that we will going forward in the few slides down the line. We'll go through that, how it would be functional in the precision medicine approaches. So these are the different types of input that AI based diagnostic tools uh, can take and then make a meaningful outcome of it. The second block that we have seen in that block diagram was about the processing layer. So processing layer is actually the machine learning algorithms and neural network architecture. And there are mainly three main types of these algorithms. First one is the convolutional neural networks, and this type of algorithms is actually dominating the medical image analysis based applications. So you can say that, okay, 50% of the AI based tools are actually working on the CNNs. And this type of networks has convolutional layers for feature extraction, and pooling layers for the dimensionality reduction, and fully connected layers for the classification of the data which is present in the medical image. And this type of network is actually work best when any kind of spatial information is need to be fetched from the medical images. So it is this type of algorithm is actually best for detection of tumor or any anatomical structure a deformation or such information. For such information detection, this is best. Then the next one is the recurrent neural networks. So in recurrent neural networks and long short-term memory, so this type of networks are actually used for analyzing the sequential medical data. So when we talk about the sequential medical data, it means that like let's say you are monitoring a parameter. Like let's say you are monitoring the ECG of a patient, and then you want to over a period of time you have like recording of this ECG, and you want to now uh, analyze the information present in that. So for such application, the RNNs are best suited, and it is excellent for processing of time series data. And so all the we can say that the parameter monitoring which happens over a period of time for analysis of such data, the RNN networks are the best suited. And the last one is the hybrid and ensemble models. So in hybrid and ensemble models, we are actually not actually focusing on any one type of network, but we are actually deploying the different type of networks for to to leverage the strengths which are coming from that particular network. So let's say there is this combination of CNN plus RNN. So this combination is suitable for analyzing both spatial as well as the temporal features present in the medical data. So, and then this ensemble models, it is suitable for combining the predictions from multiple different models and to improve the accuracy of the AI algorithm. So this is the brief about different type of algorithms that are available and in which situation and what type of information that you want to analyze, it can be deployed. Okay. Now, while we are talking about these algorithms, the focus should be also on the training and the validation process. So, this, AI diagnostic models, it requires the extensive training on the high quality annotated medical data sets. So, if we, the main challenge for any of the team, begin working in this domain of AI based healthcare, the the first and the foremost challenge remains with the availability of the annotated medical data set. And those like if the data set is available, if the input is available, then only you can train your AI algorithms on that, and then you can get some meaningful outcome out of the entire model. So it is very much that's why it is very much required to have a uh, collaborators in place if anyone or any team is planning to get into this domain. So uh, the annotated data means that all the so while we begin any AI project, uh, let's say you have developed an algorithm. Now you want to test that algorithm, that whether the algorithm is giving the required outcome or it is producing some garbage. So you need to give it high amount, high quantity as well as high quality of data. So for example, like let's say there is a startup and then they have developed a tool to detect the lung nodules from the CT scans. So the startup has to have the access to the annotated medical images, medical, CT scan images. And those images also have information that where the abnormalities are present in that particular images. And such detailed information also should be there, as well as the high quantity. If you have, like, thousands of such images, then only your this algorithm would be trained to provide the reliable outcomes. So, so in the training process, these are the three main steps. One is the data pre-processings. So this step actually, it is about the cleaning of the medical data. So once you get the any medical image, first you need to clean it, and you need to normalize it, and then uh, this entire process is called the data pre-processing, and it actually improves the reliability of the model, particular AI model. Then comes the feature learning. So feature learning has a, so what the algorithm will do, it will automatically learn the relevant features from these raw medical data, and it will not require any manual interference in that process. So that is called the feature learning. And then the last one is the iterative optimization. So in this step, the AI model will, adjust the parameters through backpropagation algorithms, and it will, this way it will minimize the prediction errors. So uh, if a team has access to high quality as well as high quantity of medical data set, then these three steps will produce a credible result. Then next comes the validation and the testing. How you are going to validate the results which are produced by this AI algorithm. So there are three different steps here. One is the internal, then temporal, and finally the external validation of the results. So, and it is very crucial to ensure that the AI system is working efficiently, and it is producing the credible results in the clinical settings. So first one is the internal validation. So here the testing of the results happens against the subset of original training data set. So for example, you have given an image, medical image, to the AI algorithm, and it has the conclusion of that image is, yeah, the lung cancer is present in that image. And so ideally, in the when you are doing the internal validation, so your AI algorithm should also should be able to detect that, okay, yeah, the particular image has a presence of lung nodule at so and so location in the image. So this is called the internal validation. You are validating the result with the original training data set. The second thing is the temporal validation. So in this, testing of the data or testing of the results is happening with the data from the same clinical center, but different time periods. So like for example, you have 1,000 images from like from the month of June. Now you have trained your algorithm based on this 1,000 images, and now you want to check the credibility of the results which are being produced by the algorithm. So what you will do next, to check the temporal validity, you will give the another 1,000 images which are from the another month, like let's say from the month of July. And if the AI algorithm is able to provide the same diagnosis uh, as it was diagnosed by the radiologist, then we can say that, yeah, it is validated temporally also. And the last one is the external validation. So here what happens, the results are being tested with the data from entirely different clinical settings to ensure the generalizability of your algorithm. So here what can be done is that instead of taking the input images from the same center from where you have taken the images to train the algorithm, you are going to take the images from the other center, so that your algorithm will be non-biased, and it can be, we can say that after doing this validation, external validation, if the AI is able to produce the credible results, then we can say that this algorithm can be used in the different setups. Not just at one of the hospital from where you have actually taken the data to train the algorithm, but it is also producing the same result while you are taking the data from the other clinic center, or any other hospital. So these are the main, we can say that the main processes that goes inside the training of the AI algorithm, as well as training and the validation. And then for any, medical or healthcare AI validation, there are certain, specific metrics. And if you are, part of such discussion where any such healthcare innovation is being discussed, then you will come to know about terms like, sensitivity, specificity, then the positive predictive value, negative predictive value, and area under the ROC curve. So these are the key metrics against which any AI based systems are being measured. So you want a high sensitivity, but you can't compromise on the specificity also. And this is the, same parameter when we talk about, let's say, any sensor also. So these are the crucial metrics which comes into play. And then how good the AI algorithm is, it depends on these key metrics. Okay, talking about the processing pipeline. So, some of these we have already discussed. So, all these, the available current systems which are there in the use at different hospitals. So, these are actually designed for the real time processing of the medical data. And these are the different pipelines, like what happens once you have the input in place, and then how it progresses through the AI system and then produce the output. So first step is called the data acquisition. So here the medical data is captured through various devices and systems. So as we know that, okay, now if we if we are taking CT scan as a image, as an input, then the data acquisition has the acquisition of CT scan through the scanner. So this is the first and foremost step to get the input in place. Then comes the pre-processing. So here again, the in pre-processing, the data, medical data is getting cleaned, normalized, and prepared for the further analysis. Then we have the feature extraction. So in this, once you fed your input to the AI system, the relevant features will be, automatically identified by the system. And in the pattern recognition, the, algorithm will identify the disease related patterns, that okay, whether it is any nodule, whether it is a fracture, or what kind of fracture it is, where it is, all this happens in the pattern recognition step. And then we have the classification or the prediction stage. So in this one, the AI system provides the diagnostic classification, and also the risk prediction. So the system is also able to provide the confidence score, that okay, how confident the system is in its prediction, whether the scoring is 95% or 90% or 85%. So higher the prediction score or the confidence score, there is a higher chances that whatever the AI has given the prediction, it is correct. And finally comes the output generation. So here, whatever the output is getting generated by the AI system, it would be further integrated with the existing clinical workflow. And how you want to leverage that outcome which is generated by the AI will be further decided by the physician. Okay, so this is the final step where what happens is that any output which is generated by the AI system will be finally act as a support system for taking the right clinical decision. So most of the AI diagnostic systems are increasingly designed to integrate seamlessly with the existing clinical workflows. So and then like there are discussions going on that okay, whether AI someday will replace the clinicians or how it will happen with with the efficiency that these systems are actually working. But I believe it is never going to happen because this AI is actually supporting in taking the right decision. It is not going to replace the clinicians.
250 ஆயிடுச்சுல்ல 250 ஆயிடுச்சு இது ஸ்பாட் போகணும்ல என்ன யூஸ் இருந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு
Okay, all right. So these AI-based systems are actually providing the clinical decision support by providing, the highlighting the suspicious areas in the medical images for the review of radiologist. So many times it happens that one image has a lot many abnormalities. Some are like so small that even radiologist is not able to find it. But AI has a capability to highlight such abnormalities and present it to the radiologist so that radiologist can have relook that image and then can decide that whether it is right or wrong. So this is one way to support the radiologist or any clinician. The second is the providing ranked list of potential diagnosis with confidence scores. So that is what we have discussed in the last slide, that it has also the capability to generate the list of diagnosis and also associated score, confidence score. And higher the confidence score, meaning that it is likely that such abnormalities or disease is present in the medical data. The third one is the offering treatment recommendations based on the patient data analysis. So now, let's say there is a AI system and it has been, fed the right inputs like the entire patient history, medical records, as well as the imaging data. And then after analyzing everything, AI has a capability to provide the treatment recommendations, that which treatment would be better suited for this particular patient. And last one is the alerting clinicians to critical findings requiring immediate attention. So it can also grade the diagnosis, that okay, this is the diagnosis which requires the immediate attention, and these are the set of diagnosis which you can wait, and then maybe you can take the decision later on that what to do about this sort of abnormalities. But these are the set of abnormalities where it requires the immediate attention, or in terms of any immediate surgery or any other intervention. So these are the different ways where AI systems are actually currently on field supporting the clinicians. Okay, so now it is time to go through the major innovations which are there in the field of AI-based healthcare. The first and foremost use case is the rapid and early disease detection, and in this area, the the advancement happened because of the real-time analysis of the medical imaging and predictive models for disease onset. So, so what is predictive models for disease onset? So sometimes what happens, like a patient has gone for the routine checkup, and as a part of routine checkup, there is a, let's say a CT scan of the um, thorax, and in that CT scan, AI is able to diagnose the onset of lung nodules. That okay, these are the places where I'm seeing the lung nodules, and these are in a very very premature stage right now. So from that information, physician can actually decide that okay, this patient is likely to get the lung cancer a few years down the line. So this is called the predictive models for disease onset. Then the population level health screening capabilities. So if so there are algorithms where if it is applied at a population level, so meaning that if you like large population is using this particular tool, this set of tools, then the outcome that the system is producing, it can be used to get the insight about the entire population. And then the last one is the integration with the point of care testing. So there are many point of care devices in place, and those devices are actually leveraging the capability of AI to produce the quick and accurate result in hospital. Now, how this AI is actually outperforming the expert clinicians. So, in the field of dermatology, the AI-based tools are actually providing 95% accuracy in skin cancer detection versus 87% efficiency of dermatologist. So, it is actually surpassing the capabilities of dermatologist and acting as a expert in the field of dermatology. Then in radiology, again, superior performance in terms of screening of the breast cancer. In ophthalmology, also we'll go through one of the use case where system is able to detect the diabetic retinopathy with more than 90% of sensitivity. And in the field of pathology, again, it is making the process fast as well as providing the consistent analysis of the slides. These are the leading tools, AI diagnostic tools, which are being used currently in the market. Uh, the first one is the IBM Watson oncology tool. So this was actually it was designed by IBM and in collaboration with the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in USA. And the primary application is in cancer diagnosis and treatment recommendation. And the benefit of this system is actually the personalized treatment recommendation that the patient gets at the end of this diagnosis. The next one is the index by Inlytic. So this system is about the medical imaging data standardization, and it detects the abnormalities and analyze the medical data quickly. Uh, then comes the IDXDR. IDXDR is a tool for detection of diabetic retinopathy, and it is an automated tool. It doesn't require any intervention from the uh, ophthalmologist. The Path AI is a tool for digital pathology and cancer diagnosis, and it has the excellent diagnostic efficiency in pathology labs. The Zebra Medical Vision. this Zebra Medical Vision is actually medical imaging analysis across multiple modalities. So it can work on different type of medical images like X-rays, CT scan, or ultrasound, and it can provide the early as well as the accurate diagnosis of any disease. So these are the various tools developed mainly in the US, and these are also approved by FDA and currently being used in hospitals. Okay. Next we'll have a look about wearables and remote monitoring. So how this AI is actually helping with wearables for continuous monitoring of the physiological parameters. So uh, everybody, I think, aware of different type of wearables which are available in the market, and some of us are already use such products for monitoring of the vital parameters. So AI has capability to provide the continuously collect this data as well as analyze this data, and it can recognize any abnormal patterns which are present in the such data, and these are also sometimes integrated with the clinical decision support systems. So, and the real time alerts are also available to the healthcare providers. So let's talk about one of the use case which is of this Apple Watch, which has the capability of diagnosing the ECG recording. And with the help of this wearable device, the cardiac risk can be predicted anywhere. Like it's not necessary that the person needs to be there in the hospital, but wherever he is, any abnormality or any cardiac risk can be predicted with the help of this watch. So one such case is the atrial fibrillation detection, and it also provides the predictive analytics that okay, how healthy the person's heart is, and what are the risks present if he or she is not doing every day this much of physical activities. uh, it also provides the early warning systems. So it by providing these early warnings, it prevents the emergency hospitalization. um, so this is one of the use case of AI in the wearable and the remote monitoring of the physiological data. So you might be wondering that okay, whether this AI based Apple Watch, whether it is a medical device or not. So it is actually a medical device, and it was approved by FDA as a class 2 medical device. So uh, so all these AI based tools, diagnostic tools, are actually medical devices, and they have to follow the all the rules which are applicable to the medical device. So for before this product can be sold in the market, they have to have the approval in place from the regulatory authorities such as FDA, and for EU region there is a different authority. So different geographies has a different authorities in place, and then manufacturer of such devices have to follow the guidelines. We will come to that later on. So next is the use case of AI for the precision diagnostics. So in precision diagnostics, mainly the AI actually leverages the various omics data. So this omics data includes the genomics, proteomics, metabolomics, and transcriptomics. And while we talk about the genomics, it actually analyze the DNA sequences to identify risk for specific disease. The proteomics actually talks about the protein expression and reveals patterns that correlate with particular disease states. And metabolomics, different metabolic biomarkers can be, detected and analyzed, and based on that, AI can predict that, okay, this disease might be present, and these are the possible, treatment also available for that. Now, with the use of this omics data, AI can actually tailor the diagnostic and the treatment plans. So it enables, personalized risk assessment using genetic profile. And so, person has a, like, let's say, particular genetic profile, and he is very prone to cardiac diseases. So based on his genetic profile, AI can suggest that, okay, these are the strategy to, manage the risk of these cardiac anomalies present in the patient. The next one is the, optimal drug selection as well as the dosage recommendation. So while a person is going through any treatment, for any, like, let's say, a cancer treatment or something, so which drug would be, best suited for a person, as well as at what dosage, this can also be, decided by the AI. Again, predictive modeling for the treatment responses, how a particular treatment will get the response from this set of patients. It can also be predicted with the help of AI, and the population stratification for clinical trials. So for better designing of the clinical trials, which are, a crucial step to get the any medical device certified, is the, having a successful clinical trials. And in the clinical trial designing, there is a step how you will decide the, appropriate patient population for that treatment or for that device. So AI can also help in terms of designing the better clinical trials for approval of these devices. Okay, now how, AI can lead to the automation in the diagnostics. So we have gone through the, application of AI based tools in the laboratories. So it can help in, streamlining the laboratory workflows by implementing the automated sample processing and the analysis of the samples. And also it is very crucial to, monitor the samples which are there, because in the big laboratories there are thousands of samples, and it requires a lot of attention, so that, specimens should not get mixed up. uh, so there should be a system in place which can, track these specimens and manage the separability of these samples. Then real-time quality control monitoring, as well as predictive maintenance for the laboratory equipment. This is also one of the crucial thing. So you you have encountered that these laboratory equipments, some of the equipments run 24 hours. It never, I mean, it can't stop at big laboratories. So if there are systems in place in those equipments which can predict that, okay, now these are the current parameters of our system, and it means that there would be a, there might be a, breakdown of the system maybe next week, or you can encounter in couple of days. So you can, look for the replacement of it, or you can support the system so that it will not suddenly break down and impact the laboratory workflow. So this can also be, supported or detected by the AI. Now, in terms of the efficiency, how, AI can, enhance the efficiency. So it like whenever the AI based tools are there and deployed on field, it decreases the manual errors by 50 to 70%, and the turnaround time. Like, let's say the radiologist is taking 1 hour to analyze a particular CT scan. The same task can be done by a AI tool with more accuracy in, let's say, 5 minutes. So this is the way the system AI systems are making the decision making process very faster. It is reducing the reporting time by 30 to 40%. Then comes the cost efficiency. So instead of deploying the five different radiologists, now you can at least you can replace it with two radiologists, and their job is just to uh, oversee the output which is generated by the AI system or AI tool. So that way it is very cost effective to deploy the AI. And the last one is the standardization. So it helps in consistently making the protocol or entire clinical workflow very streamlined in the big places like big hospitals or laboratories. Okay, so let's go through a couple of case studies where this AI tool is functional on ground. So first one is this IDX-DR, and DR stands for the diabetic retinopathy. Um, Diabetic retinopathy, briefly, it is a complication generated by diabetes, and it affects the retina of a person. And so this tool IDX-DR, it was developed in USA, and it was first got approval by FDA in 2018. So, and it is designed for the primary care setting without any, need for the specialist or ophthalmologist to, to deploy this or use this system. And it is also, it is able to, seamlessly integrate itself with the existing retinal cameras. So now, if we talk about the metrics of this AI based diabetic retinopathy diagnostic system, so it has the 87 point, or 87% of sensitivity, meaning that 87% of the time it can detect the anomaly very correctly. Uh, and about 90% of the specificity. So it detects the retinopathy accurately 90% of the time. uh, so first, the system will capture the image of the retina. It will do the AI analysis and provide the immediate results in a few seconds. So, and the impact of this system is uh, people are able to get the detection early on, and so that a clinician can take the right treatment plan early on. So this is the some of the retinal images, and then this is the way the system generates the report, the date, and then it also provides the result that whether the diabetic retinopathy is present or not. Okay, the another case study is about N dimension. So this is the team I had worked closely while I was at IIT Bombay, and working in a business incubator and supporting the healthcare startups. So this team, actually, it was founded by IIT Bombay students and some experts from the AIMS Bombay or Tata Cancer Center, and collaboratively they have developed a system to detect. They started with actually the usage of CT scan for detection of lung nodules in those CT images. And but now slowly they have gradually they are able to look multiple different medical images like X-rays, CT scans as of now, and not just limited to the respiratory system, but they have moved to different other systems also, like neurology and the other areas. So this is the system where like simply if I put across, so these are the medical images, mainly the CT scans. These are actually being analyzed by the AI algorithm, which is developed by the team, and the same images are also being analyzed by the radiologist. So AI will produce the outcome. It will give the outcome or give its own diagnosis. This diagnosis will go to the radiologist. Radiologist will cross check his impression as well as the inference which is given by the AI system. And if he finds that, okay, yeah, the whatever result produced by the AI system, it is appropriate, it is correct, then the report would be generated and he will sign the report. If he finds that no, the inference produced by the AI system, it is not appropriate, it has its flaw, then it will reject that result which is produced by the algorithm, and give the feedback to the AI so that the particular process can be rectified. And then going forward, if such um images are coming again as an input, then AI can produce the right diagnostic. So this is the way the system works. So currently, this startup has deployed their product over more than 1,000 hospitals across India, and they started I think 7-8 years back, and then currently they have become a mature startup, well funded, and then doing good. Benefits of AI diagnostics, as you all know, that there are most of the benefits we have discussed. That it has the increased accuracy, speed, and it supports the clinician in taking the right decision in a faster manner. Okay, briefly, we'll go through the key regulatory frameworks which are there for the certification of such, AI-based products. So, different geographies has a different regulation, and the main regulation or the main geographies which the rest of the world actually follows is the one is the US FDA, and the another one is the EU MDR. However, there are, for countries like Canada, for UK, for Japan, for Australia, they have their own set of regulation in place. But more or less, it also it is similar to the either to the US FDA regulation or to the MDR regulation of the EU. Now, there are also on top of this, individual regulation, demographic-wise regulation. There are certain organizations, international organization, which put guidelines to harmonize these different regulations. So quickly, and then time to time they produce a standards. So for the AI based software products, these two are the main international standards which are related to the life cycle requirements for this medical device software, and the another one is the ISO 14971, which is applicable to all the medical devices for the risk management of such. Now, on top of that, it is very crucial to protect the privacy of the patients. Since these are all the AI-based tools are these are the digital tools. So in USA they have the HIPAA privacy law, and in EU they have the GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulation in place, and all the manufacturer of this AI based tools, they have to follow these privacy laws to get their product certified to be used in those geographies. um, Okay, I have a question. Do you want to go through this, different regulatory pathways available for these tools, or um, we can, move on? If you have any pertinent questions, then I think it is already 3:15 or more than that.
Participants, if you have any questions, please ask, or you can write in chat box too.
All right. So quickly, sure. Please go ahead. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll quickly go through the major three different pathways which are there for the FDA certification of these AI-based devices. The first and foremost is called 510(k) clearance. Now, this clearance pathway is applicable when your AI-based tool has a predicate device in place. Now, what it means by predicate device? So, predicate device is some any other device not from your company, or it can be from your company, but which has the similar use, and it has a lot of similarity in terms of material being used, or in terms of clinical use, or like in short, it is almost similar. It also being used in the same scenario to diagnose particular things in this setup. So such kind of devices are called predicate device. So in terms of research, while we undertake any research project, we also see that, okay, what kind of innovations, or what kind of data is already present in that particular domain, and then we do the literature analysis, and then we, at the end of the literature analysis, we find some gaps in the literature. So this is also similar thing. Before going to the FDA for the certification of your product, you need to find out that, okay, which is the, whether there is any predicate device present in the world, and if it is present, whether it has the FDA approval or not. If it has the FDA approval, and if such products are already there, then it would be bit faster for you to get the approval. So this is called the 510(k) clearance pathway. The next one is the de novo classification. Sometimes team has, let's say, made up a very novel innovation, and no such device or tools are present in the world, entire world. So at that time, they need to take up the de novo classification, where they need to provide all these background information, everything, like the things related to technology, which technology, why, whether it is prevalent in the domain or not, and everything. But again, this de novo classification is only applicable for the low to moderate risk devices. If it is a high risk device, then again, a company has to go with the pre-market approval pathway, and this is the most thorough and the time consuming pathway for getting the FDA approval. So this is about the brief about different pathways which are there for the FDA approval. Now, if we talk about the Indian regulation, so in India we have this Central Drugs Standard Control Organization. A short form we call it CDSCO. So CDSCO majorly follows the EU regulation, and we have the medical device rules, which was published in the 2017. These are applicable to all the AI based products, as well as we have the software as a medical device regulation. So there are some pertinent requirement which is applicable to the AI based software devices. And again, in India also we have the risk based classification. So it is highly advisable when any startup or any team, research team, is starting their own development of AI based tool. So the first and foremost thing is that do not neglect the regulatory requirements for your product. till the end of you have developed the product. It is highly advisable that from the early on you just keep cultivate the understanding that okay, in which category, risk category your device is falling, and which are the different guidelines and condition your device has to follow to get the approval someday. Okay. um these are the different regulatory challenges. So I would just summarize it with one of the challenge, which is I believe it is the main challenge for any AI based tool, is the static regulatory framework versus evolving AI capabilities. So as you know that every time AI performs its task, it strengthens its understanding. So the algorithm itself corrects, and if it the algorithm's capability with time it evolves. It doesn't stay at one point. So but when we talk about the certification of the device, it doesn't go this way. So when any manufacturing company of the medical device goes to these authorities like FDA or for example EU notified bodies, so they need to be fixed with their product design, that okay, this is my final product, now there will not be any further change in that device, and this is the device on which we have conducted the clinical trials, and this is the result that we got about the device safety as well as its performance. So now based on all of this, you assess our case and provide us the certification. So in this entire scenario, in this entire process, the product is fixed now. I mean, you can't undertake any more changes after getting the approval. So but this doesn't happen with the AI, because we know the by the way of its working, the AI tool working, it every time it encounters a new set of information which was not there present during the training of that algorithm, it will treat it as a new information, and then it will tweak the process, and then it will produce the set of different outcomes. So how to tackle this dynamic behavior of the AI tools, that is the challenge actually. And then the other thing is that many geographies are actually still in a very nascent stage, and then they do not have a right set of uh, people who can guide on what to do about this set of AI tools, like which pathway to take it forward. So these are the different main challenges, I can say. There are again different challenges, and that depends on the type of device that you have made, whether it is a high risk product or whether it is a low risk product. If it is low risk, then yeah, it would be a bit easy for the team to navigate through the approval. But if it is a high risk product, and it can impact the life of the patient, or it can threaten the safety of the patient significantly, then obviously the approval would be challenging. Yeah, now the closing about the what we can how we can proceed further, like being in the academia, and then most of us have our own understanding and then apprehension related to what is going to happen with the advent of AI. Because AI is not just limited to one field, it is prevalent and then getting into different field as of now. So I believe that it is more than necessary to learn AI, and deploy it for whatever work that you are doing, and then how you can do it efficiently with the help of AI. If you are able to do it, then yes, well and good, you are well placed. But the people who are still in the you are still an undergrad, and then you have actually significant opportunity in place, so that at this stage you can start your learning in the field of AI. So along with, let's say, if I talk about the biomedical graduate undergrad, so along with learning the core subjects of biomedical engineering, why not to learn AI and ML, and also cultivate the clinical understanding of deployment of these tools, or maybe you can have a close collaboration with the hospitals, and then try to understand that what are their challenges and how you can be helpful to overcome those challenges by developing AI based products. So it is very much necessary for the current universities and the departments to have a right set of stakeholder in place in terms of collaboration with the hospitals, industry, as well as the regulatory experts. Uh, just give me a second. I'm sorry for this disruption. And there are there what I'm seeing is that there would be plenty of opportunity for the people who are actually getting in terms with the AI and the usage of AI, and making their progress with the recent innovations in place. Okay, this is my final slide. Uh, if you might be aware of the organization called ANRF, which is Anusandhan National Research Foundation. Recently, they are going to open a call for proposals, and this is the primary poster for the proposal submission. So it is a call for pre-proposals, and what I'm seeing is that the area of these different domains that this call for proposal is supporting, it is not just limited to the bioscience or life science, but it has many different areas. But among all of these, we have the AI for bio and the life sciences, and under that we have different sub domains of drug discovery or computational biology. Maybe students or the faculty at the university would like to go through this, and if they are into the process of developing technology, AI based technology or AI based tools, maybe this would be a significant help. Also, I would like to recommend, a magazine last month only produced by PSA office, that is Principal Scientific Advisor Office of Government of India. The magazine called Vigyan Dara, and it has actually the entire magazine is focused on to the journey of artificial intelligence, and what it means to for India to cultivate the understanding and the growth in this domain of artificial intelligence. So this is it. uh, Maybe we can quickly go through the chats, and if at all we have any questions.
It was a wonderful session, Shraddha. I have 3 questions in my WhatsApp.
Mm-hmm.
This is from the Rameswar Sugandhi,
Yeah.
and he want to know what role do you envision for AI-powered outcomes, particularly in the rural resources constrained area, and how can we address the existing infrastructure challenges?
Mm-hmm. So, during my time at IIT Bombay, while I used to work with the startups, so I came across a startups where they were actually, developing a similar tool like this IDX DR, which is for the detection of diabetic retinopathy. So, this set of tool doesn't require a lot of machinery in place. I mean, it can be deployed at rural PHCs also. And nowadays it has even got a further further improvement, where you do not need any kind of device. You just need your mobile phone, and then it is like a smartphone based detection of diabetic retinopathy or any anomalies present in the eye. So early detection of cataract or early detection of diabetic retinopathy, these things are going to come. And in some of the states, it is already functional. I could see that it is one such similar, innovation is there deployed by Tamil Nadu government, and which is functional in the rural area. So I'm seeing that, and then all these innovations are actually India, indigenous, and then developed by the Indian teams, and it is very exciting time. Yeah.
Thank you, Sadhguru. There's one more question. What innovations or advancement are needed to fully integrate AI-powered diagnostics into clinical workflow? And how can we address the challenges of data privacy, security, and interoperability in this context?
Yeah, so as I told that different geographies have their own different privacy laws. So in USA we have HIPAA, in EU we have GDPR. In India also we have like a framework in place, and in fact, if any startup team goes to a goes with their solution to any particular hospital, I'm sure that they have their own apprehension to deploy their
திடீர்மா
product, any product, because
திடீர்மா நம்ம சேர்ந்து எழுதலாம்ல.
yeah, so because the entire work, if your product is able to chip in, and then it is not disturbing the existing workflow of any clinician or any hospital, so it is welcome to they would be more forthcoming to deploy such products if they do not need to undertake a lot of changes in terms of training the workforce, or or buying any new set of systems to accommodate such changes. So if it is not there, then and nowadays every all these AI based tools are it can be hosted on the cloud. So and then most of the startups in this area, they work on the model of the service based model, or you can say that a scan based model. So for one scan, they will provide the service over the cloud, and then the entire integration of their solution onto the cloud and everything, it is very seamless. So yeah, I mean, it's not that we are talking anything new, but it is already functional on field.
Right, Sadhguru. I think there is no more question. So thank you, Shraddha, for
Yeah.
sharing your valuable insight on the AI-powered diagnostics in healthcare innovation and regulatory challenges. Your talk beautifully connected the scientific, clinical, regulatory perspectives, giving us the very clear understanding of how this innovation go hand to hand with the patient safety and the compliance. As a specialist, your expertise truly added the depth of the today's session, and I am sure the participants gain the practical and thought-provoking knowledge that will inspire future research and innovations. On the behalf of Mody University and entire ATAL organization team, I sincerely thanks for your time, effort, and presentation. Thank you, Shraddha.
Thank you so much for everyone for being so patient with for during the entire presentation, and thank you for this opportunity. And like just for any further query or anything, please contact me or over my LinkedIn. I'm very active over there, and yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Have a nice day
Thank you,
and
sir.
nice weekend.
And dear participants, welcome, Sarvadkari sir. Shall we start, sir? Your mic is muted, I think.
Yeah, I'm ready.
So participants, we are starting the next session and our expert is present. Please, ma'am.
Namaskar everyone. Our next session speaker is Dr. S.N. Sarbadikari, MBBS PhD, a health informatic educationist specializing in digital health standard. He is a chair LITD 35, active assist living sectional committee at BIS, Chief Medical Information Officer, Health Tech, and co-chair task Force on Artificial Intelligence for Healthcare National Academy for Medical Science India. Dr. Sarbadikari is a fellow of the International Academy of Health Science Informatics and was included in the roster of expert for digital health of the World Health Organization. Formerly, he served as Dean Academics and Student Affairs and Professors Health Informatics at IIHMR Delhi. Previously, he led a project of a Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, as a first project director for the Center for Health Informatics of the National Health Portal. He is also a founder member of the HL7 FHIR Foundation and served as an expert advisor for the e-learning advisory group ELAG of SNOMED CT. Dr. Sarbadikari is a fellow and faculty at PSG FAIMER and also served as adjunct faculty and the Board of Study Academic Council member of Digital Health for multiple universities in India. We are truly honored to have him with us today. I now invite Dr. S.N. Sarbadikari to kindly deliver his session on explainable artificial intelligence for predictive modeling in healthcare. Hand over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen. Can all of you see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see it.
Okay. So today I'm going to talk about something which is called XAI. XAI, the X stands for explainable. So it's explainable artificial intelligence. And I'd be specifically talking in terms of predicting modeling in healthcare. So there are lots of applications for various purposes in healthcare itself, but I'm going to talk about predictive modeling and the use of explainable artificial intelligence. Just a very brief overview of where I come from. So I've done my PhD in biomedical engineering from what is now IIT BHU, where from Dr. Sandeep is also there. And I did my PhD in 1995. And that time I had worked on an artificial neural network, working on an animal model of depression. And how did exercise have a role on it using an artificial neural network? And as you can see, this publication is 3 decades old. This was in December 1995 in the journal Medical Engineering and Physics. So that is how my journey with artificial intelligence and healthcare started. And prior to that, of course, I had become a doctor, passing MBBS from Calcutta. Then I went into this PhD in biomedical engineering. Over the years, I've tried to work in this field. So This is one of the works which I really feel quite proud about. So this particular work, which was done by this Kavita. Kavita, she was actually a master's student, as you can see, in Bharatiya University. In fact, she got the gold medal. And of course, this work was part of her dissertation. And that was very much instrumental in that. So here what we did, we actually tried to screen some inborn errors of metabolism or the inborn metabolic disorders. There are many of them. More than 30 inborn errors are there. And this is due to a deficiency of a particular enzyme. The children come with almost similar features. Just looking at the children, a clinician cannot distinguish what could be the actual cause. I mean, which specific enzyme deficiency has led to this problem. So conventionally, what is done, you order a battery of tests trying to find out which enzyme is deficient, and that is very tedious and very costly as well. Sorry. So we tried to find out if we could make the matter simpler. And we trained, in fact, when I had started, I was initially in the Amrita campus in Coimbatore. Then I shifted to the Medical College campus in Kochi. And there, along with the Metabolic Disorders Lab, headed by Dr. Rao, Dr. Anant Rao, there we tried to work this out, where again we use some artificial neural network program for screening the features just from the symptoms. And the algorithm, the machine learning algorithms could actually narrow it down from 30 enzymes to 3 enzymes. So for any one particular patient, for the child, it would actually point at just about 3 or so, what we call as differential diagnosis. That means one has to test for those enzyme deficiencies. So testing, instead of 30 enzymes, if it is tested for only 3 enzymes, it becomes much easier. And actually the neural network that we developed worked very well. Of course, we had wanted to scale it up, but opportunities didn't arise because both myself and Dr. Anant Rao, we actually moved out from Amrita. The admin, can you please mute the others? I think some attendees are there who are not muted yet. Thank you. So this was a very promising thing. Even this was done, you can see, almost 20 years back. Currently, I am trying to collaborate with many people, and definitely maybe some of you who are listening to this webinar would be interested as well. So this is one of our recent publications. This is not a research article. This is actually a book chapter. And now we have moved on to digital twins, digital triplets, and XAI for precision health or precision medicine. So we are trying to develop this logic. And for developing digital triplets, the controlled medical vocabulary, that is SNOMED CT, is extremely helpful because that is inherently logical. And we are trying to utilize the semantics, the interoperability features of SNOMED CT to come into unambiguous terms, unambiguous clinical terms, and how we can use that for precision medicine. And these AI systems can actually be also used as explainable AI. Okay, so that was just a brief overview on what my background has been. So in today's talk, we are actually going to divide into these three parts. What is explainable AI and what is predictive modeling? In the second part, we try to find out how can XAI help in healthcare and particularly in developing predictive models. And that will obviously be with examples. And I think you have already had a session on the ethical and legal issues just now, but I'd still be touching upon some of the aspects, which I think is not an overstatement, even if it is repetitive. So this is how I intend to proceed. Now, before I get into the details of XAI or predictive modeling, what is very important is that there has been now this term digital health, which is gaining momentum. The technology is not new, but the nomenclature is. And the World Health Organization, they formed a division of digital health as late as 2019, just about 6 years back, before the COVID-19 pandemic started. So the World Health Organization started this division of digital health. So one of the first things they did is they brought out this document, Global Strategy on Digital Health, 2020 to 2025. So here they have defined digital health as the field of knowledge and practice associated with the development and use of digital technologies to improve health. Digital technologies, what earlier was narrowly talked about ICT or information and communications technologies. Digital technologies actually encompasses both information and communication technologies and beyond that. So wherever we are using digital technologies to improve health, that is digital health. That means e-health. That means where we are taking the help of the internet, the World Wide Web for healthcare, or m-health, that is mobile health, where we are using the mobiles, the smartphones for healthcare, either in different ways, or telehealth, where we are doing remote surgery, remote consultations, remote patient monitoring, and all sorts of things. So that is, so telehealth, m-health, e-health, everything falls under the umbrella term of digital health. So it's a very wide spectrum term, and that is something which you should always keep in mind. So whenever we are talking about AI applications, we are really talking about digital health. A few terms need some clarification. I think all of you are familiar with the term digitization. That is nothing but the conversion of analog to digital. The next step is digitalization. This is the process of using digital data to simplify how you work. That means changing the organization and culture. But what we really should look forward to is a digital transformation. What is that? That is a complex, multifaceted, and disruptive way of changing the way business gets done, centered on public health needs. It is said that the COVID-19 pandemic actually acted as the CTO or the Chief Transformation Officer for this digital transformation. And two domains which got the maximum affected were education and healthcare. Now, when we talk about informatics, biomedical informatics, health informatics, or it's also together known as biomedical and health informatics. So it is not really a single discipline in the traditional sense, but it is a teamwork. So initially, you may have multidisciplinary interactions where different departments act together. Then you will have interdisciplinary interactions where some of the departments also do the things which the other departments were doing. But most importantly is we really need to go for a transdisciplinary interaction. When we say transdisciplinary interaction, that means all the disciplines together work in a single goal of making this use of information sciences, information technology, biomedical engineering, all those things. If you look at this, whether it's the clinical sciences, the public health, the library sciences, the cognitive sciences, cognitive psychology, computer science, management science, all the divisions within biomedical engineering all have to work together. So there's a lot of overlapping areas, but most important is you have to learn how to work in this transdisciplinary environment. Whatever be your background, whether you come from a biomedical engineering background, whether you come from a computer engineering background, whether you come from a healthcare background, even in healthcare, it could be molecular biology, it could be nanoscience, it could be chemoinformatics, anything, bioinformatics, whatever be your background, you have to make sure that you can work well in a diverse team like this, where the team members belong to different disciplines and talk different languages. So how to really get your work done in this environment, that is what biomedical and health informatics is all about. Now I come to the term, what is explainable AI or XAI? XAI is used to make the decision-making process of AI systems transparent and understandable to humans. Like when I was working with neural networks, connectionist expert systems we are developing, we try to do inferencing and rule generation. That means instead of treating the artificial neural network as a black box, we were trying to find out how is the artificial system, artificial intelligence system, the machine learning system, how is it trying to reach the inference that it is reaching? How is it able to recognize the pattern that it is doing? So inferencing and rule generation is an example of this explainable artificial intelligence, trying to be transparent and understandable to the humans, the decision-making process. So it helps users understand why an AI model made a specific prediction or decision, which is crucial for building trust in the AI systems. When we talk about ethical issues, social issues, so if we are using XAI, that is a very good impetus for this meeting the ethical and social standards because it's building the trust. And this is very important, especially when dealing with complex models where we are going for deep learning, where we are having many hidden layers and so on. XAI also helps in debugging and improving the models and ensuring they meet regulatory requirements. So in the previous session, you heard about the regulatory requirements, how easy or difficult it may be. But if you are actually doing XAI, then you are a step ahead for meeting the regulatory requirements because you are explaining actually what you are doing. Why is your AI system reaching that decision which it is reaching? How reliable, how trustworthy can it be? And in other words, that is what makes it a responsible AI development. Even the government of India is very keen on developing responsible innovations. For responsible innovations, you have to have a responsible AI development. And one of the ways of meeting that is using XAI. Now we come to the other term of my talk. What is predictive modeling? Predictive modeling uses statistical techniques and historical data to forecast future outcomes. So it involves building models, often using machine learning algorithms to identify patterns and trends that can be used to make predictions about future events or behavior. Predictive modeling in healthcare uses data analytics and machine learning to forecast future health outcomes and trends, enabling proactive interventions and improved patient care. It can help predict things like disease onset, how is the disease going to progress, how is the treatment, how will the disease respond to the treatment, and whether it can prevent hospital readmissions. That's a very important criteria. So if it can reduce the hospital readmission because of the same disease, that is definitely improving the health outcomes, improving the patient outcomes. By analyzing patient data and historical trends, these predictive models can identify risk factors, guide personalized treatments, and optimize resource allocation. So what are the scopes of predictive modeling? So first is data-driven prediction. Because predictive modeling relies on analyzing vast amounts of patient data. Now you have all heard of big data analytics. So big data analytics involves a huge amount of data of various modalities. So the electronic health records, that is the clinical records, the laboratory results, the demographic information, all those things are included in the patient data. Then the second method is using statistical algorithms. So various statistical techniques and machine learning algorithms are used to build such predictive models. Some of the methods, I think, which all of you are familiar with, are logistic regression, the decision trees, and of course, neural networks. Neural networks also, there are various types, and you are familiar with those as well. Then, forecasting future events. So these models aim to predict future events or outcomes, such as the likelihood of a patient developing a specific condition or the effectiveness of a particular treatment. So these are predictions based on some real data and some assumptions. Always remember, any mathematical modeling is built not on data alone, but also on some assumptions. So the better the assumptions are, the better the predictions are. The better the data quality, the better the predictions. So both data quality as well as high quality, good assumptions are essential for any predictive model to succeed. What can they do? They can help in personalized interventions or precision medicine. Predictive models can help guide personalized interventions by identifying high-risk patients and tailoring the treatment plans based on the individual needs. That is called precision medicine. So taking into account not only the disease causes or the environmental factors, also the genetic makeup of the person, because now omics data is relatively cheaper and easily available. So based on the nature and nurture, the genetic material, genotype, as well as the phenotype, and environmental. Nurture is the environmental lifestyle factors. So based on that, because you'll see often when there's the same disease caused by the same organism in a family, all the family members do not respond to the same medicine in the same way. Some may respond very well, whereas others may not respond at all, even when the same organism is causing the same disease in the same family. That is why you need this precision medicine. May not be in all the cases, but in some cases, perhaps more so in the rare cases where it is more difficult to find the right treatment. The other thing which predictive modeling can help in is optimizing resource allocation. It can also predict the resource needs, and thereby predictive modeling can help optimize the staffing, the equipment, and the supply chain management. So now I come into the examples. This example is taken from this article by Nitin Rane, Saurabh Chaudhary, and Jayesh Rane. This article came out in 2023. Explainable Artificial Intelligence Healthcare. Interpretable Models for Clinical Decision Support. So the link is given at the right. And I think the organizers will share the presentation with you. So you can go to the link and download this paper to get more in-depth idea about it. So I'll just talk about some of these examples which are here. Yes. So Jitu Madam had said that you are going to get the session PPTs, so you can definitely use those at your leisure. So I'll talk of the examples discipline-wise. So first is radiology. In radiology, the applications of say, XAI are mostly found for interpretable image analysis. So the techniques which are used, the XAI techniques, it could be GradCam or LIME or SHAP. See, all these are abbreviations. All these stand for a particular technique. I won't go into the details of those. So what are the key benefits and main challenges for each of these? So in radiology, the key benefits are enhanced interpretability for image-based diagnosis. Radiology is meant for that. X-ray, CT, MRI, you try to reach a diagnosis, and that can be interpreted much better with this XAI applications. What is the challenge? Ensuring clinical alignment of the AI interpretations. Just because the AI system says something, that may not always match what the clinician is expecting. So these things have to be sorted out. In fact, it may sound very weird, but day by day, more and more publications are coming out where it is actually being seen that many of these XAI systems are correct, whereas many of the very senior practicing clinicians with a long experience are not fully correct. That is happening. Though not always the case, the reverse also happens. But day by day, the AI technologies are actually working very well and definitely helping a lot for clinical diagnosis as well as management. So radiology is a diagnostic discipline mostly. Same for pathology. Pathology also mostly a diagnostic discipline. So their XAI applications are done for this analysis of the tissues. Histo means tissue cells. So cells and tissues, that's histopathology. That image, which is seen by the microscope, that image analysis, for that XAI applications are being done. And the methods are decision trees, LIME, SHAP, these are used commonly. The benefits, improve diagnostic accuracy with transparency. Again, as I said, the machines don't get fatigued easily, but human beings do. So even if an expert looks at a microscopic slide, after some time he or she may miss something important. It's not because he or she doesn't know, but because of fatigue, or less time, something may be missed, which such XAI programs don't. Of course, main challenge again is integration with the conventional pathology practices. And I repeat, what happened with radiology and pathology also, it has been seen. Papers are being published where it is seeing regularly that many of these artificial intelligence systems are actually being more correct than the senior practicing clinicians in many cases. Then we come to some of the branches which practice directly deal with patients, say cardiology. So in cardiology, predictive modeling is used. In fact, one of the very first automated diagnostic or software as medical device that was approved by the US FDA was developed by the Google team or the Alphabet team. And they had worked with some of our very well-reputed eye hospitals in South India. And from the retinopathy images, they could actually predict heart failures, that these patients are prone to be having problems in the heart in near future. Here the methods used, rules-based models, sharp line, these are used. The key benefits, of course, transparent risk and assessment for improved care. And again, main challenges addressing complexity in predictive model interactions. Another practicing branch, oncology. Here, XAIs are being used for recommending treatment, the management of the cancer patients. So here also rule-based systems and LIME are used. The benefits include enhanced understanding of personalized treatments. Again, oncology is one area where precision medicine is very important because of various factors, genetic factors, environmental factors, lifestyle factors. The same medicine doesn't act in the same way in all the people suffering from the same disease. Of course, challenge is adapting to the evolving patient conditions, because cancer is a deadly disease and it makes the patients sicker. They become more sick because of the treatment. So they're really getting a balance is a delicate challenge. Then next, practicing discipline neurology. There, the brain image analysis XAIs are applied for CT scan images and MRI images. Here you have the convoluted neural network, CNN visualization line, these are used. Then the advantages, improved identification of neurological anomalies. And of course, challenges in addressing variability in the individual brain structures. Now we leave the practicing field. Now we come to the other lab-based field, that is genomics, where the genome data can be read. And XAIs are being used for interpretation of this genetic data. Here also decision tree, sharp line, those are used. So the advantage is you get insights for personalized medicine, precision medicine from the genomic data. Here again, an ethical challenge comes in, ethical concern related to genetic information. So, I mean, this ethical, legal, social issues are very much intertwined with many of these things. So we have to be very careful so that we don't tread over the toes. We don't do some unwanted, we don't take some unwanted decisions. Next is the electronic health record or electronic medical record. Here XAIs are applied for patient outcome predictions. Again, rule-based systems are mostly used, but SHAP and LIME are also used. Here, informed clinical decisions are based on the outcome predictions. Of course, Data privacy and security in the HR systems is a question of concern that has to be taken care of. In India now, we have the DPDP Act, the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, 2023. That will definitely give some of the thoughts. We are still waiting for the rules to be notified. But once the rules are notified, I think we'll get a clearer picture. Then we have drug discovery. So for drug discovery also, where new drugs and vaccines are developed, for compound activity prediction, XI applications are done. Here, the techniques used are feature importance, SHAP and LIME, and accelerated drug discovery through transparent insights can be had. So it actually shortens the drug discovery time. The challenge is, of course, data scarcity. In drug discovery, we don't have a lot of data. We have to always start assuming something and then do the different phases, preclinical trials and clinical trials, we have to ascertain. Before I come into this, or let me see here. Now, this figure is also from the same paper. So this is a small exercise for all of you. Just look at this picture. You look at the picture for 5 minutes or so, and then try to understand what is it. I'll just stop for 5 minutes, go through it. After 5 minutes, I'll come back and ask you. Okay? So please do this little exercise. Dr. Sandeep is okay?
Okay, sir.
So within 5 minutes, you go through it, try to understand. After 5 minutes, I'll ask you what you understood, then I'll go ahead.
Okay, sir.
నీకు క్యాష్ ఇచ్చేస్తాను.
So is anyone ready?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead. What do you understand from this figure?
Participant, can you elaborate this flow chart?
Should I speak?
Yes, Dr. Rameshwar, please go ahead.
Yes. So this chart shows that how AI help in healthcare. In my but just I thought, but that's what I learned from this today. The AI in healthcare is very helpful in 7 ways. The first, diagnosis accuracy. 99% accurate diagnosis of disease we can do. Personalized medicine. The personalized medicine, or we can say tailored treatment. Third, we can explore predict patient outcome. We can foresee health declines. Suppose patient is declining in healthcare. Stabilize clinical workforce, saving doctor's time. It will save all doctor's time. Next, disease prevention. We can prevent disease high risk patients. Identifying high risk patients, we can identify early. And further, we can accelerate the medical research and new discoveries. And one more area, virtual nursing assistant. We can in the rural area where there's a lot of problems. We can the virtual nursing can monitor patients remotely. So I think this is XI help in healthcare is very useful for advancement, for research, and for learning. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to add something more? Would like to explain what exactly this flowchart is showing? Any of the students, please come forward. I think everything is written there nicely in the figure.
Yes.
Any student would like to volunteer to explain this slide? Or should I go ahead? Okay, let me continue. See, here what is happening? How is it different from the conventional method? Here, what is happening? What data is collected from the patient? One is the medical history that is done anywhere. Then you are looking at the diagnostic tests. The diagnostic tests could be radiological, that could be pathological, that could be microbiological, that could be biochemical, and so on. Also with that, personalized data is taken into account. That is the lifestyle. How much time does the person walk or run or swim, does exercise, or how much time does he or she sleep, and so on. All those personalized data are also taken together. Because for clinical decision, all these are important. Then from the healthcare provider, the doctor, they're getting clinical data and knowledge that is going into this decision support system. So additional patient data which is reinforced by the clinician. The clinician's knowledge of the data as well as what could happen. For decision support also, some inputs are going now to the XAI system. So in the XAI system, there are various techniques for explainability, visualization, model interpretation, trust. So all these techniques are enhancing XAI for healthcare. What is happening there? Output. The output is the interpretable model. That is a transparent model which provides explainability in the decision making. That means how is that decision reached? So transparent algorithms, feature importance, rule-based systems. They actually say, why am I taking this decision? Because of this factor and this factor. And because of absence of that factor, this decision is being taken. So when the decision is finally given, along with the reasons for the decisions, so it shows the explainable rationale. That raises the confidence level. So the outcome of the clinical decision with explainable rationale is what XAI is giving in healthcare. Is this clear to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So how does it actually happen? So you have the XAI on the one part, and the other is the explainee. That means the healthcare professional, the doctor. So how is the dialogue going on? So there's an information-based explanation, the input, output, the performance, how is it being done? Then there is an instance-based clarification. That means why this? Why not this? What if? What if this condition changed to that? How to be that? Or how to be still be this? So all these things. In XAI, this dialogue goes on. The questions can be asked. Like in the LLMs also you see. You can ask ChatGPT, why did you say so? What is your reference? Or why did you deduce? How did you deduce? So XAI also does the same thing. For any clinical decision, it will give the explanations exactly why this, why not this, or why not that. What if this had happened that way or that had happened this way? How to be that, how to still be this, and so on. So what are the benefits of predictive modeling in healthcare? We can get improved patient outcomes. Early identification of high-risk patients allows for timely interventions and treatment effectiveness. Then the healthcare costs are reduced. So predictive models can help identify patients at risk for readmissions, allowing for proactive care and preventing expensive hospital stays. Efficiency is enhanced. How? Predictive analytics can optimize the workflows, reduce the wait times, and improve the overall efficiency of the healthcare delivery system. So for management, for operational efficiency also, it can be used. Then proactive care. So predictive models enable a shift from reactive to proactive care, facilitating early interventions and preventative measures. Addressing healthcare disparities. Predictive models can be used to identify patients at risk for specific conditions such as cancer and target preventative measures to address the disparities. So here are some examples. The very commonly used ones are predicting hospital readmissions. Identifying patients at high risk for readmission allows for proactive interventions to prevent the readmissions and reduce the healthcare costs. Then identifying high-risk patients. So predicting the likelihood of a patient developing a specific condition such as heart failure or diabetes mellitus, and it allows for early interventions and improved management. Then we talked about optimizing resource allocation already. It can predict the resource needs like staffing or equipment and allows for efficient resource management and improved patient care. It can also improve the treatment outcomes by predicting the effectiveness of different treatments. That means it can compare the different treatments. There are often, for any one condition, there may be 2 or 3 treatment regimes available. So what are their comparative efficacy? And personalized interventions. So for this particular patient, which would be the most useful, so that the patient outcomes can be improved. Then personalizing care plans. Predicting individual patient needs and preferences allows for more personalized or precision medicine and effective care plans. So this is again an example from this publication of 2020, where they're using explainable artificial intelligence model to predict acute critical illness from electronic health records. So from the patient data, along with the explanations with the XAI is giving. So you have the predictions, I mean, why this is likely to happen. And you also have the explanation. So there's a XAI early warning score, EWS. EWS means early warning score. So XAI EWS system for early detection of acute critical illness. It potentiates clinical translation by accompanying a prediction with information on the EHR data, explaining it. So you can see the EHR data, what is there, and then the explanations are there. Because of this condition, these are the possibilities. Or these may not happen like that. So why is XAI critical in healthcare? XAI increases the trust by making AI-driven diagnosis interpretable and accountable. XAI is emerging to assist in the communication of internal decisions, behavior, and actions to healthcare professionals. So, like in the previous session, there was a question. How do you make the clinicians accept it? So if you're using XAI, clinicians are more likely to accept it because they get the explanation of why this is happening, why this prediction is there. So if the explanation is there, the clinical obviously feels more confident. The trustworthiness increases. Through explaining the prediction outcomes, XAI gains the trust of the clinicians as they may learn how to apply the predictive modeling in practical situations instead of blindly following the predictions. Technology is assistive. Technology is not going to dictate. Technology is going to help, support. And it is the human beings who have to take the decision whether to accept that or not. So there are still many scenarios to explore how to make XAI effective in clinical settings due to complexity of the medical knowledge. This particular article, it's a review article by Yang CC. It came in the Journal of Healthcare Informatics Research in February 2022. This is a very good paper. It's available. You can download and read it. So now we come to some of the negative points. What are the gaps of XAI in helping developing predictive models? This is a recent paper from 2025 in the Biomed Central Medical Informatics and Decision Making Journal. The journal is BMC Medical Informatics and Decision Making from this Springer Nature Biomed Central publications. So what are the gaps and what are the solutions? So model scope. There are limited data sets, effective model diversity and bias. Often the training data set is from a small group, so you don't get all the diversity. So solution is you have to partner globally for diverse data sets and use synthetic data to mitigate bias. Then data imbalance skewing the predictive outcomes. So there are techniques like SMOT or Addison, then you can balance the data sets. Then inadequate development of explainable transparent models. So you have to adopt the XAI frameworks, conduct audits, and provide training for healthcare providers. Then for modeling approach, there's a struggle to balance complex model with user interpretability. So SHAP and LIME, these are the methods very useful for interpretability. Dependency on single data types of limits prediction scope. So here again, interdisciplinary. You have to support interdisciplinary innovation for data integration. So working in interdisciplinary teams is a must. Narrow performance metrics focus, overlooking comprehensive assessment. So you have to tailor the metrics to clinical outcomes and provider needs. Then the problems in technology. Black box models obscure operational understanding, so you have to build transparent XAI models. Single data modality fails to offer a complete diagnostic picture. So you need to take multimodal data and also simulation tools for single modal data insights. AI interpretability not aligned with clinical reasoning, so you have to use AI coaching to enhance the clinical reasoning, like you teach the LLMs. AI interfaces lack accessibility for medical staff. That's an implementation problem. So you have to design user-centered AI interfaces with customizable options. Again, coming back to the question, complex AI tools challenge the clinical workflow integration. So you have to create modular AI tools for seamless workflow integration and training. So this is another point. Explainable AI and modular AI tools. Small parts you take at a time, not the whole thing in one go. Now we come to your specific area for this particular FDP program. We are talking about smart implants and wearable technology. So where does XAI come for smart implants and wearable technology? Again, it is critical for building trust, ensuring ethical use, and enabling regulatory approval in healthcare. By moving beyond the black box models, XAI provides transparency to how complex AI algorithms in these devices make their decisions. Now we come into the specific healthcare applications. So what are the applications of XAI in smart implants? All of you are aware that smart implants are advanced medical devices with integrated sensors and AI that perform tasks like monitoring health or delivering medication.
Yes, sir.
XAI addresses critical ethical and safety concerns, as these are embedded systems, especially applications for neurology and cardiology. So what are the applications? So we start with those two disciplines, cardiology and neurology. For cardiovascular implants, the modern pacemakers and implantable cardio defibrillators. So this ICD or implantable cardioverter defibrillator is used. They are using XAI to interpret complex heart rhythm data. XAI techniques can visualize how the AI flagged an abnormal rhythm, giving cardiologists greater confidence in the device's diagnostic output. Then in neurology, what's happening? Neurostimulators. For patients with chronic pain or neurological conditions, AI-driven neurostimulators can learn and adapt stimulation patterns. XAI can help explain why a certain stimulation pattern was selected, reassuring the patient and physician that the therapy is personalized and safe. For dental implants also, AI is used for dentistry, diagnostics, treatment planning, prediction of success. XAI models like decision trees can clarify the risk factors contributing to implant failure, helping clinicians plan personalized procedures. In orthopedic surgery, AI algorithms are used to analyze X-rays for total joint replacements, like you have a total knee replacement or total hip replacement and so on, helping to identify an implant, detect the potential failure, and perform measurements. XAI can provide saliency maps that highlight the areas of an image that influence the AI's diagnosis, building trust with the surgical. So what are the challenges of XAI in smart implants? First is, of course, autonomy and security. So implants that directly interact with the patient's neural activity, like the BMIs or brain-machine interfaces, also known as the BCI or brain-computer interface, face extreme security challenges. XAI is needed to ensure patients can trust that their behavior and data are not being manipulated. Then, of course, regulatory hurdles. The regulatory landscape for AI-driven devices is still evolving. Regulatory bodies require transparent and verifiable systems, and XAI is necessary to demonstrate the safety and efficacy needed for approval. Bias mitigations. If AI models are trained on limited or biased datasets, they can create disparities in care. XAI is vital for auditing these models to ensure they work for all patient populations. Patient acceptance. Some patients are apprehensive about having a health monitoring device implanted. An XAI can build trust by showing patients how the device works and why it makes the certain decisions. Now we come to XAI in wearable technology. So you all are aware of or using this Apple Watches and Fitbits. So they constantly collect vast amounts of health data. AI is used to analyze this data for applications ranging from wellness tracking to diagnosing serious conditions. XAI is particularly important for clinical applications to ensure accuracy and build trust. So what are the applications of XAI in wearable technology? So these are used for remote patient monitoring. Wearables can track vital signs like the heart rate, oxygen saturation, activity levels. And also it can explain a clinician why an AI-driven alert was triggered, enabling a more timely and precise intervention. Then sleep monitoring. Wearables can detect sleep disturbances and stress patterns. AI can interpret this data for therapists, and XAI can provide a transparent overview of how the AI arrived at its conclusions, allowing for more personalized interventions. Then fitness and mental health. By analyzing physiological data, AI models in wearables can classify an individual's stress levels or help manage mental health conditions. XAI provides understandable explanations, fostering user trust and engagement. So what are the challenges of XAI in wearable technology? Obviously, user understanding. So explanations must be tailored to the different user. From the medical professionals who need deep technical insights to the patients who need simple user-friendly reports. Then hardware constraints. Wearable devices have limited battery life and computational power. So XAI methods, especially computational expensive post-hoc techniques like SHAP, need to be optimized to run efficiently on these devices. Data handling. The data generated by wearables is complex, high-dimensional, and time-dependent. XAI models must be able to handle noisy data and capture temporal dynamics accurately, which is a significant research frontier. So those of you are interested in research, you can look at this data handling part in wearable technologies. How to handle the data coming from the wearables. These are complex, high-dimensional, time-dependent. How to make them, how to handle the noisy data, how to clean the data, how to capture the time dynamics, temporal dynamics accurately. So these are very important areas where research is needed. And some of you can definitely go into this. These are potential career opportunities. Then privacy and security. Since wearables collect sensitive data, XAI faces dual challenge of providing explanations without revealing sensitive information or making the system vulnerable to manipulation. So that's again a dicey thing which has to be looked at very carefully. So this was one of the papers we had written about 5 years back. I mean, we definitely need workforce for healthcare delivery to be technology enabled, but they must also be safe and ethical. That is very important. So technology enabled alone is not sufficient. It has to be safe and ethical. And therefore, explainable AI is a very good step towards that. So just briefly, what is the regulatory progress in India? So in India, our third edition of the National Health Policy came out in 2017. And that had proposed the setting up of a National Digital Health Authority. Then the Medical Devices Rules 2017, which were amended in 2020, which govern the import, manufacture, and sale of medical devices in India, included software as medical device or SAMD. So because this NDHA was not formed, the PDP 2019 bill, that means Personal Data Protection Bill, that became Data Protection Bill. Now finally it has come out as a Digital Personal Data Protection Act or DPDP Act of 2023. The rules are yet to be notified. This is the legal status. So like in USA, you have the HIPAA. In the European Union, you have GDPR. In India, the relevant act is DPDP Act, or the Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023. So there have been lots of ethical guidelines. I have been involved with it. So Indian Council of Medical Research brought out an ethical guidelines for application of artificial intelligence, biomedical research and healthcare. Then the National Academy of Medical Sciences, we formed a task force on artificial intelligence in healthcare. And I was the co-chair for that. So both the NAMS as well as the ICMR has brought out certain guidelines, ethical guidelines, which are very important, very pertinent. But as I tried to explain throughout this lecture, XAI is one of the valid ways to take care of the ethical problems and go forward for responsible innovation through responsible AI. So what I was saying, like in the example I gave at the beginning, what we did on the inborn metabolic disorders, that the human brain, the human clinicians could not recognize from the clinical features. They could not narrow down the causes, but the machine could. But you have to always remember that the brain and computer together is much greater. The sum is greater than the actual sum of the two. So brain alone, that means humans alone, clinicians alone, or computers alone, AI alone, cannot do what the two together can do. So the question which is often asked, will AI replace a healthcare professional? The answer is no. But healthcare professionals not using AI will be replaced by healthcare professionals using AI. And again, here, XAI will play a very big role because explainable AI is something that builds the trust. Trust of the doctors and trust of the patients both. So that brings to the end of my lecture. I'll stop sharing the screen. And now if you have any questions, you're free to ask.
Dear participants, if you have any questions, please ask.
You can either ask it or you can even write in the chat box. There's no problem. If you write in the chat box, I can read and answer, no problem. You can do that also. I have the chat box open. So either you can unmute and ask or you can write it in the chat box.
I got one question from participant.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Asking how can explainable AI approaches ensure transparency and trust in predictive models of healthcare applications, such as disease diagnosis or patient outcome forecasting, while maintaining model accuracy and performance?
Yeah, see, explainable AI, as I said, I tried to explain. Explainable AI, by definition, would explain the steps. How is the decision reached? Any prediction that the model is making, it is actually giving the reasons behind it. Because of these factors, plus factors, minus factors, I have reached this decision. So the clinician or the patient may argue with that. No, that is not correct. What you are thinking cannot happen. But explainable AI explains. It's not like a black box. Like neural network traditionally was like a black box. You don't know how it is doing. But when we went into this inferencing and rule generation, and that is what XAI is all about. So it explains the steps. Why is the decision, why is the output being given by the XAI system? What output is being given?
He has one more question.
Yeah.
What role do you see for explainable AI in addressing healthcare disparities, particularly in underserved population, by providing insight into balance, into bias predictive models and suggesting corrective.
Yeah. So bias is inherent. I mean, any study that you see for any subject, you'll see there is some bias always. There are selection bias. I mean, which particular sample size you are taking, from where, which cohort you are choosing. So what is it that really makes this XAI different? XAI is when you have with the right data, with the diverse data. That's why one of the points was came the gaps. How do you overcome the gaps? You need to do global collaboration. You have to do with multiple centers across multiple countries, multiple continents. Then it will be a universal. Otherwise, what is applicable to you may not be applicable to me. So there's a lot of work is going on, but XAI is the best thing is about XAI is that it is not like a black box. It's trying to explain whatever outputs, whatever predictions is coming, what is the reason for that? How did it derive that? So that is what XAI is about. How can we measure the performance? Performance is always measured by the output. So you always try to see what is the desired output and what is the actual output. The difference, the delta, that is what is measured. So if you are certain about the diagnosis of the patient, and then you put the XAI, and if the XAI reaches the same diagnosis, then you know the accuracy is very good. But if there's a difference, and as I said, that is a very, very tricky part. It is quite possible that actually the XAI is correct and the clinical decision, the clinical diagnosis is wrong. This is happening. More and more papers are being published on that across disciplines. So we have to be very careful. Just because a human expert doesn't believe it to be true doesn't necessarily mean that it is not true. Then next is in retinopathy detection, how can we use XAI? Is there any wearable device used for it? And please suggest how research can be done in this topic. How research can be done, Dr. Sandeep Jaiswal will explain. So in retinopathy detection, retinopathy, I mean, for retinal imaging, you need some image which is not really wearable. It is used by the external expert. So the external expert will focus that on your eye and try to get the image of the retina. Yes, Dr. Sandeep, research, you are planning anything to do an XAI research, or how can you support whoever is interested?
Definitely, sir. First of all, they have to take some data somewhere, they collaborate somewhere, at least get some data either from publicly available or from the clinic. And then definitely we can collaborate and we can discuss what parameters we need to do or how we design a black box so that we can get something inside the black box using XAI.
And then, of course, you can make it into a research project proposal and ask for grants. Lots of grants are now available, both at the government sector as well as private sector. Right. So anyone who's interested, anyone who has an idea, do contact Dr. Sandeep, and then he can help you. Because if the project is really granted, then definitely you can be also part of that project. I mean, that is also how projects are run. You need experts from outside. Okay, so Bhumika Alte has said yes.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from anyone? Yes.
Hello. I have asked three questions, but I got reply only for two. One more question: How can healthcare organizations balance the need for external AI with the complexity of deep learning models? What techniques or tools would you recommend for achieving this balance in predictive models?
Actually, your words are not very clear. Can you, sir, please write it in the chat box? I didn't.
Sir, I have his question. He want to ask, how can healthcare organizations balance the need for explainable AI with the complexity of deep learning models? And what techniques or tools would you recommend for achieving this balance in predictive modeling?
Okay, so it will depend on the model. See, it's what is said. Just because if you have got a hammer with you, you look at everything as a nail, but you can't use the hammer to drive in a screw. So you have to be very careful what exactly is your problem and which particular method will be suitable. Like in the example that I given, there were 4 or 5 methods described, and not all the methods were used for all the problems. So it's the problem that decides which method you are going to use. So once you narrow down on the problem, then you can find which particular method will be the most suitable one.
Any other question, participants?
Any other questions or comments? Did you understand it? How much understandable was it? Or do you need me to repeat something? Something you didn't understand? You need a clarity. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask.
Participants, if you have any problem, you can write in the chat box or you can directly mail us. So we can contact the sir and he will answer the remaining questions or your whatever the confusion you have.
Thank you. Everyone is saying
thank you,
excellent.
sir. Thank you very much for your insightful and enlightening session on explainable AI for predictive healthcare. Your talk wonderfully bridges between the gap between the artificial intelligence and the clinical decisions, emphasizing the importance of transparency, ethics, and trust in the healthcare technologies. It was truly an honor for us to learn from someone who has been pioneered in the digital health and the health informatics in India. And for me, personally, it was a moment of the great pride to welcome and listen to my senior from our own institute, from IIT BHU. Your perspective on integrating the explainable AI with the innovation have inspired us and think beyond the algorithms towards the patient-centric and responsible AI. On the behalf of Mody University and ATAL-FDP organization team, we sincerely thank you for your time, for your mentorship, and for your valuable contribution to this program. We look forward to staying connected and learning from you. Continued leadership in this evolving field. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was my pleasure, and thank you for inviting me.
Sir, and I request you take some time and visit our university too and bless our students.
Definitely, you just arrange. I'll be there. Now I've gone back to my hometown, Kolkata. So from Kolkata, I have to come.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So participants, the feedback form has been shared in the chat box. Please kindly fill this feedback box, and we will starting the next session within 5 minutes.
भी नहीं बजे, मतलब 6 भी लिखा है जो, मतलब 5 भी तो नहीं बजे, 1 भी नहीं लिखा।
नमस्कार राजेश सर।
Yeah, hello, good afternoon,
Good
Dr.
afternoon, sir.
Sunil. How are you?
I am fine, sir. What about you, sir?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, this is nice.
So we will be starting in 5 minutes.
Not a problem. It's okay. We can
Okay.
start. Hello, Dr. Jitu, how are you?
I'm done now.
Participants, we are starting. We are starting session. Sir, can we start?
Yes, please. Yes, please. We can start.
Okay. Please, Manpreet.
Namaskar, everyone. Our next speaker is Professor Rajesh Kumar, who will be delivering his session on the topic Reinforcement Learning and its application to healthcare. It is with great respect that I introduce Professor Rajesh Kumar, a senior member of IEEE and a fellow of IET, IE, and IETE. He earned his Bachelor of Technology from NIT Kurukshetra, followed by his Master of Engineering and PhD from MNIT Jaipur. Additionally, he served as a postdoctoral fellow at the National University of Singapore. Currently, Professor Kumar holds the position of Professor of Artificial Intelligence at the University of Johannesburg in South Africa. He also served as professor in electrical engineering at MNIT Jaipur. His research interests include artificial intelligence, computational neuroscience, healthcare, and energy, and he has made substantial contributions to both academia and research. With a portfolio that includes 20 patents and over 750 published research papers, Professor Kumar has supervised 28 PhD candidates and more than 50 master candidates. He has also delivered over 300 expert talks worldwide and is honored to serve as the IEEE IAS Distinguished Lecturer for the year 2024-25. We are privileged to welcome him today. I now invite Professor Rajesh Kumar to deliver his session. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all from here, and good evening those who are in India and other time zones. Uh, uh, it's my pleasure to be with you all for this session. I hope I'm clearly audible and my PPT is also visible to everyone.
Yes,
Please
sir.
just, yeah, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So, so this session will talk about a lot reinforcement learning, which is getting popular nowadays, and there are why this is getting so popular, why people are so much attracted towards it. Uh, what are the key components of reinforcement learning? We will understand all these aspects, and then we'll take some case studies uh, that where we have implemented to healthcare, and if time permits, we go for some advanced models also. So that will be the flow of today's meeting here. And if you have queries, please keep it with you, and then we have a Q&A session at the end for more discussions on the things or likewise. Okay, so this is just I put it just few minutes back why we are talking about RL, and you just see the growth of the publications in RL because I found only two images there. You can see there's a huge jump around 2018 onwards, and it is only up to 20. But if you now see the graphs of 21 to 25, it is going even exponentially increasing. And if you go by the economy, if we very recent details are there, you just check the economy. So somewhere in 2024, the estimate was $6.13 billion, and you just see the structure for next 10 years. It will be 98.85 billion USD. So you can see that this type of uh, AI is capturing a market in a very, very big way. And this is a very, very popular domain. There are so many discussions why people are going for it, why this is becoming very popular. We keep on discussing those things. One of the most important aspect of that is, I think you have heard many people, they talk about supervised learning and unsupervised kind of a learning mechanism. This is a different kind of learning mechanism. We are uh, we involve we involve the human also in picture, and we'll see that how this will enhance the quality and the learning of my machine. So the next year is no what I'm expecting is no more like kind of a what we have supervised one or unsupervised. It is basically the machines start learning of their own and with the time, and that era already started. People have started developing those algorithms and all that. So this is very important domain of our research and the market, and we will see how we can do it. It's not that complicated structure, but this is actually the way we also learn, uh, and and then we implement it. We modify ourselves. We modify our learning process, and we become intelligent day by day. I'll start with some of the examples which are already established, where people have already implemented. And one of the popular example is AlphaGo. This is a game. You can see on the board, two people are playing. And even if you have time, then spend some time. I think there is a very nice documentary on AlphaGo. So you can see there are two persons, they are playing. Well, on one side, Lee is the world he's the world champion of world champion in this game. And then on the other side, the person is basically playing while the directions are given by the computer. So the computer is basically using a RL at the background. And and then it was like, when you see the things, you'll find or document, you'll find much big. But this game is very complex game, supposed to be one of the complex game available on the board, very popular all across the world. It was said that nobody can beat Lee, but then the AlphaGo beat Lee in the championship and all that structure. But the important takeaway from here is the background. What is running at the background is RL. It's a reinforcement kind of a learning, which is modifying the things according, or learning the things according to the usage, and likewise. There is another very nice uh, application prepared by the team of Berkeley and British Columbia. You can see here, it is basically for robotics. Uh, so the character is basically learning the different actions to make to hit an object, or to run, or to walk. So it will learn the things, learn by doing the things. It's not like the other way kind of a learning, which I think you have listened the earlier speakers. But here it is learning of the own. It's doing and then learning, and then modifying, and all those things there. So applications are enormous, very popular in robotics. This is another application where you can think of like how RL is working. Moving forward, another here you can see there the two robots. Sorry for the. You can just watch a video and then I'll talk about it. So the point is, uh, here nobody here these robots are basically, they just start playing the things, and then with many games they learn that how to put a goal, and then how to talk to each other, how to put defend the ball, and they start learning the game of their own. It's not like like every they are trained over or in another way, that okay, thousands of or such kind of uh, videos they put on the system, and then they learn it. No, it's something like they start doing it. Initially they played very badly, but with the time they learn, and then and that is basically how they understand it. A very interesting application. It's
Drone racing
drone
is a
racing.
thrilling and fast-paced
Just
sport
watch
in which pilots control small drones
sometimes
using a live video
please
feed from the
understand
drone's
there are
camera.
two drones.
The objective is to navigate the predefined course and pass through all of the gates in the correct sequence, faster than any of the other competitors. It is a test of skill, strategy, and quick thinking, as the pilots must maneuver their drones through the challenging racetrack at high speeds.
Okay, so here there are two drones are there. One is human operated, and the another one is the machine operated drone. And you can see here you can try just understand the complexity here. How complex is the thing? It's a fast. You can see the speed, how fast it is, because the winner is who complete all the obstacles in the minimum time. And then the second, the control process, that is also very fast, complexity level very high. The algorithms, if you are working with uh, autonomous kind of system, those systems has to take a decision very fast, and then and understand various inputs. You can think of the number of the inputs. Let's check more part of it. you just observe all
Drone
the
racing is a
on the
thrilling and
structures,
fast-paced sport in which pilots
movement,
control small drones
complexity,
using a live video feed from
inputs,
the drone's camera.
the expectation of
The objective is to navigate the
expectation of
predefined
the
course and pass through
algorithm
all of the
to
gates in the
pass
correct
through.
sequence,
So blue
faster
is
than any
AI
of the
drone,
other
and the
competitors.
red one is the human
It
drone.
is a test of skill, strategy, and quick thinking, as the pilots must maneuver their drones through the challenging racetrack at high speeds. In this work, we present Swift, the first autonomous system to achieve champion-level performance in drone racing. Swift won multiple races against the champions of 3 different drone racing leagues and achieved the fastest recorded race time. All of this, while only relying on an onboard computer, a single camera, and an inertial sensor. Swift uses visual inertial odometry.
So you can see here a lot of sensors are involved, camera involved. So there's image processing, there are signals, and then there are the challenges. There is a challenge of object detection. There is a challenge of filtering the images, lot of computing, and then the machine beats the champion one, and it will learn after episode by episode. The backhand is basically a deep reinforcement learning. This one is another very interesting example there. Another one is Atari game, and this is from where it become very popular. This is initially prepared by the Google DeepMind team. So here, this game, I think everybody has played this game when I mean when you were kids there, like ping pong ball game is there. So it is here in this case, the machine is learning of its own. The only things are known to machine is if the ball is coming, you move the bar left and right, and the job is to keep the ball as long as in the air, or keep on hitting the upper layers so that you will collect more points. So you can see it's playing very badly in the initial games. Okay, it's fall down, but after some time, like after 120 minutes of gaming, training means episodes gaming. It's not like we are training and putting it that way, but this is more kind of a stuff that it keep on playing the game, and at the same time it keep on learning the things that, okay, last time what mistake I did, and likewise. And after some time, you can see that after 240 it now become innovative. It is no more playing the simple way, but it is now becoming innovative. You can see the innovation part here. uh, just let it play for a bit more time, but now it is hitting in a certain particular. Now this is the innovation it has created so that it will maximize its reward. And the backhand is basically your reinforcement learning and all that. These are some examples which are basically which are already there. People have implemented all these examples, and then and then they fix blind solving
OpenAI announced that Dactyl the robot
uh,
has learned to solve a Rubik's Cube one-handed.
and many more applications.
This
So,
proves that reinforcement learning isn't just a tool for virtual tasks, but can solve physical world problems requiring unprecedented dexterity. The system can handle situations it never saw during training, such as being disturbed by a stuffed giraffe.
okay, so these are some examples in engineering side. Yes, we have examples on healthcare and medical. We'll take those one when we reach to that part. But what are the benefits here? And what are the issues with other types of learning? So if I want to I want to solve a healthcare problem. So if I have X-ray images and or MRI or signal, and I want to identify some health issue, well, the first approach I can use is the supervised way of doing the things, supervised learning. So that means I know that this image is having a tumor or not a tumor, and then I train my model. So for that, you can use any kind of a CNN or deep learning or other kind of model, and then you modify the layers of the CNN, bring attention to it, and try to make increase your accuracy. But what is the problem with that one? What is the problem with practicality? And the problem is, for supervised, number one, I need a lot and lot of data. So I need a lot of thousands and thousands of images. More images, better results. So I need thousands and thousands of images. That is the first challenge. The second challenge is not only those I need images, but I need the images with labels. Well, that is the real challenge. Big hospitals, big research institutes, they have those facility, and you have to pay a lot if you want to bring those things to you. But otherwise, it will take a lot and lot of efforts. You need a doctor dedicated who can annotate your all the say 20 50,000 images. It's a time consuming, it's bulky, and then you need a very high computing system, high level of GPUs and the combination so that you can train those stuffs there. So the money is a challenge there. The requirement is there. And then comes a real challenge. And the real challenge is, okay, say I have taken images, I have money, I paid it, I'll get the images from Imperial College or Medical College. They have given me say 20,000 or 40,000 images. But those images they are most of them, they are from European area structure there. Okay, so say, okay, they have X-rays or MRIs, but more of they are more on from that particular uh, geographical place and the people who are in that zone only. And now I want to develop a system for say Indian system or Indian environment. Well, there is a change in the things there, change in the change in the structure, change in the biological structuring because of the change in the locations and demographic informations and many more things are there. And in health science, the baseline is that every human being is different from the second one, and such kind of challenges, they create a lot of issues there. So that is a major challenge with you if you talk about supervised way of doing the things. If you talk about the unsupervised way of doing the things, well, data is available, no doubt about that. But then the models these models are new models, or they are adaptive. All these models are these models are learnable and all these things. This approach which we are going to talk, it's a reinforcement learning. That means, okay, uh, we have some data agent, we make an agent, it will learn, and then as and when new data come in, it keep on learning and modifying it. And one of the best example which now everybody of us we are using in a very big manner, and that is basically ChatGPT. You just think of when the first model of ChatGPT came, that was not that intelligent. But who make that intelligent? We users, we put some query there, and that agent, that ChatGPT base first model, it returned that time some answer, and then at the bottom it asked you whether you're happy or not, and then you put your thumbs up or down. Based upon thumbs up and down, then it modify and then correct it. Sometimes we also correct it, and with time it keep on learning. So the backhand learning process is again, it's a human interacted reinforcement learning that is basically working behind ChatGPT also. So this domain is capturing very fast. It's not a very new, it's a very old domain, but again now it become catching a in a catching the speed. So let's understand what it is, what are the ingredients, what are the things we require, what are the components of it, and then how we can connect those things. So there are two things first. One is the environment and another one is an agent. So say, and let's treat it like a human so that we can understand this whole learning process. So I want to learn a chess. Okay. So I become an agent, and then there is a computer where the chessboard is there. Okay, the computer is playing chessboard. So I've taken, okay, black players, and the computer is playing white players, and then uh, only I know is which element of the board or move in which direction, or okay, like queen how it moves or king how it moves, and likewise I know only the basic thing that how you can move it, but I don't know the strategy and all that. And then what will happen? I'll play the game. And then at the end of the game, either I'll win or lose, or it may be a draw. Then I understand it. What mistake, if I lose, what mistake I have done. If I win, okay, what is the good strategy I have used, or if it is draw, then okay, where are the issues and all that. And then yeah, anything, any query?
No,
Any
sir.
question? Okay, it's fine. And then what will happen is after second game or third game and fourth game, and then I keep on learning. And this is basically a core of this reinforcement learning. Okay, so I'm an agent, and then I'll play a game that will be some environment. So how I'll play? Okay, sorry. What will happen is uh, I look at the chessboard. I have some observations. What are the positions of the white? What are the position of black? And based upon that, I'll make a move. Okay, when I will make a move, that we call it an action. So I'll take an action. And based upon my action, what will happen? Three things will happen. Either my move will create nothing there, or it may kill the opponent, or it may be killed. So that will give me some information back other than the observation. That information we call as a reward. So if I'm able to kill it, I'll get a positive reward. If I'm not able to kill it, I'll get maybe a negative reward. And then if nothing happened, it may be a low reward, but or you can put even zero reward also. And this is the whole structure of reinforcement learning. This is how you uh, you uh, you learn to drive a cycle also. Bicycle, simple. You are having bicycle. You know how to use it, how to drive it. But what will happen? You are going through it. Just this thing happened to almost everybody. One fine day, you are going through your path every day. It's okay, but one fine day you'll find there is a rain, there is a slopey area, and when you go across it, uh, uh, you fell down because you are going with the same kind of a setup that you are doing it. But then you think of why I fell down. Oh, it's a slopey. I have to tilt my body in a certain fashion so that it remains same. And then next time when the same situation occurs, you change or tilt your body accordingly and you cross this section. So you are learning it. But when you fall down, that is basically a reward you're getting it from the environment. So this is the whole core of your reinforcement learning. We perform the things in the environment. Uh, perform the things in the environment, and then the environment give us the return, or it return us some reward, and from that reward we modify our learnings, and these things keep on moving there. So one simple example, we can take it from here, then the same structure we use in healthcare, and how person learns. So the example is very simple. Say this monkey want to reach to the food, and the banana is there. So you can take it as a monkey, maybe. You can take yourself, and then you can take it. This picture is taken from the top. Rest of the things are their walls are there. Or you can take this as a robo also. That how robo can reach there. So that is the whole structure, and it's a grid problem because the whole area is divided into certain grids. So at any time, the monkey is at any particular place. Let me take a pointer here. Okay, just wait. Okay, so at any instant, this monkey is any of this place. Okay, either of these places, and these places are known as basically states. So these are the few terms people will use. So we need to understand the terminologies which are being being used. And then just 1 second. Give me a second. Some call is coming. I don't know why. When somebody is disturbing in between. Just give me a second. Yes, please. Yes, please.
सर कहाँ सर है आपका प्रीपेड
Yeah.
M90 में
रमन लैब में भिजवा दीजिएगा प्लीज. थैंक यू. रमन लैब.
जानती हेलो
हाँ हाँ.
मैं ड्रीम गेट पे हूँ वहाँ भी मैं
अभी मैं आई विल कॉल यू लेटर. मैं अभी एक मीटिंग के अंदर. थैंक यू.
ठीक है हाँ
Okay, sorry, it was a disturbance. Something was there. Okay, so we are we have some states which is basically a position of any instant monkey can be there, and then we define certain actions. So we have we define the actions that at any instant what a monkey can do or robo can do, and that is basically it can go up, it can go down, left and right. That these are known as the actions. You can have diagonal also, but for the simplicity for the problem, we have taken these as these only these actions. So we have S, which is basically which represent the states, and then action is A, which indicates left, right, up and down, and likewise. Okay, and then so this one is a setup, but next comes the important part and which make it more interesting, and that is basically this part. Say I ask my robo or we say that okay monkey, we ask the monkey to move left, right, up and down. So if I ask the monkey to move towards right, it may be possible that 95%, 95 times out of 100 it will go, but 5 times it refused to go. And that is basically that is actually happen in the system also, because when you are taking a decision, it may be possible sometimes you say okay leave it, and maybe 95% you go that okay I'll go right side. So that is basically we need to model it, and we model that in terms of a transition function. Basically that is basic. You will find this kind of a environment there when you go through the books there, that given this S state S, which is here S, and taking some action A, what is the probability I'll reach to A S dash? That is basically the meaning here. Okay, so this one is this we need to understand here, and then this one we represent it by a transition function, and we represent it by the probabilities. So there are two types of transitions. One is purely deterministic, that is basically okay if I ask the monkey you go, and monkey will go there. It's nothing like no other possibilities are there. So those are the deterministic, that is okay 100% it will go. In that case this probability will become 1, but otherwise it will be written like this, that that monkey is state 0 S0, the action is go right, so 95% it will go, and there are chances that it remain in the same state S0, which is basically 0.05, that is 5% chance. So we represent it by the transition function. Okay, and then comes the next part, and that is basically the reward function. So once the monkey reach there, it will get a reward. So once I move, if I'm learning a chess game, so once I move my component, and then after the moment I put it a new position, then only I'll get a reward. So reward is always a function of three things: what was my previous state, what action I have taken, what is my new state. Based upon that, we'll get a reward. That is another term which people use in reinforcement learning. And then comes an initial state from where I have started. And then there is an interesting term which is known as a discount factor. Just keep this thing in your mind. We will discuss in detail because this is very important. factor in reinforcement learning and particularly in healthcare also. And Horizon is basically the game, the whole game which I'm playing. So the structure is there. I have problem with in front of me. It's a grid problem. I have states S to S4, S0 to S14. Last state is basically a terminal state. And then actions we can see here, left, right, up and down. And the reward we have put it like, okay, if you reach to the banana, you will get 10 plus 10, and otherwise you will get 0 because you are not reaching to the to the goal. So how we complete, how the episode will turn, there are various ways. One of the way of terminating it is, okay, this monkey reached to the goal, and we'll say, okay, you stop it because you already achieved the goal. And the another way is, okay, fix the number of steps. So I'll walk, the monkey will walk 100 steps, but wherever it is, whether it's reaching or not reaching, we call it a stop. So that's another kind of a termination of things. So these are basically the basic terms and which we attach with the process which is known as Markov decision process. This is the base of your reinforcement learning. Over it, the reinforcement learning works. So there are three terms: Markov decision and process. It's a process. We agree on that one. It's a decision-making process, whereas it will consider a Markov properties. And Markov properties are, what are Markov properties? That next state depends upon my current state. It, it, it that's all. It will not depend upon what was my state after my state before 10 steps. So if I am at state S6, so where I'll go next, that only depends upon S6. It will not depend upon 10 or 5 previous steps how I reach to S6. So that is basically it's a Markov property. Okay, and then there are some solutions. Those who are not follow how to convert to the Markov process and all those things are there, but that is the understanding here. So the goal is, what is the goal of this monkey? And the goal is basically to get the banana, but and then as quick as possible. That is also you can attach to it, because it can reach to the banana, but it can take thousands of steps. Or what you are looking for? You're looking for that for a situation that monkey reach to the banana as quick as possible. So that how comes in, how we conceptualize this kind of thing. We use this we do it by using a goal, and the goal is maximize my reward. So how we mathematically connect all those things so that it will reach to the banana as quick as possible. Let's see in those things there. So our goal, we know, maximize the reward, but now the challenge is there. And the challenge is basically this is a challenge here. You can see here, because this is the setting which we have taken from the previous slide, that only you will get plus 10 if you reach at the banana, but at rest of the points you will get zeros. Okay, then monkey will move from S0 to S1, you'll get 0. If it move from S1 to S5, get 0. Again S5 to S4, 0. S4 to S0, 0. So every time it's getting 0, then why it will move? Because there is no any change in the reward. It's not getting good. That is a problem there. And this is a starting problem. It is there. So, and what is our goal? Goal is to collect, maximize your rewards, and more appropriate is maximize your return. So it's basically the sum of the rewards. Okay, so RT means the reward at time step T, then next time step another reward, then next time step another reward, and then the next, and likewise. So our goal is to maximize this whole sum of rewards, which is known as a return there. Well, in this setting, this is not good, because if I take 4 steps, S0 to S1, S1 to S2, S2 to S6, S6 to S5, the sum is 0. It's not changing at all. Okay. Well, this will not solve our problem, but then the people come out with that idea that, okay, why not to put some rewards everywhere? So here I put a reward 10. Okay, 10 everywhere, just to motivate it. Okay, so it is basically like I want a monkey to reach to the blue one, but what I do is in every block I'll put a banana, so that monkey move from S0 to S1, it'll take a banana, and then it moved to S1 to S5, again a banana is there, and then I put again banana back, one more banana in S1, and likewise. So the reward in every state is 10, so that okay, at least monkey start moving. Otherwise, in the previous setting, if nothing is there, monkey will not move. But now there is another kind of a problem here with if this is my setting. Okay, what is the problem? And problem is, what is ultimate goal? Ultimate goal is the maximize the sum of the rewards. Okay, so monkey is intelligent enough. It will jump from S0 to S1. It will get a reward of 10. Then it will go back to S0. Again, it is 10. And then again go back to S1, again 10. So it keep on oscillating between S0 and S1. Why it will move towards S15? It keep on oscillating between the any two states, because every time it jump, it will get a 10. And the goal is you maximize your rewards. So that's not a good idea. And the second point is how you fix it, that the reward is, you put the reward 10 everywhere. So this is we get rid of earlier problem where we talk about like how to move it, but now it's moving, but it's jumping between the two places, and every time it's maximizing the reward, which is again not a good idea. And then it will not converge anytime. It will not converge at all. Basically, if we go by this kind of a setting, it will not converge. How to make it converge? So converge means how to make it possible to reach to the ultimate goal, and that is basically target. And that's why they put modify this reward. They put a function here. You can see gamma function. We call it a discounted return, and this makes this problem converse. Otherwise, it will not converse. And then there are a lot of economic theories and all those things are connected with this one. What is the discounted term? You can see here what is actually happening. This is interesting. Okay, so initially you will get a good reward, but as time progresses, you will see that the reward is multiplied by a discount factor. So you can say t plus 1 it is with gamma, then t plus 2 it's gamma square, and gamma is less than 1. So what will happen? As time progresses, this gamma terms multiplication of gamma, or gamma, as gamma power increases, this multiply keep on converging towards 0. And this ensures the monkey to move in such a way that it will reach to the goal in a defined limits. This makes this thing converse, and this is the discount factor. So economic theory, if you talk about, discount factor is basically something like the value of money, value of rupee as on today, and value of the rupee after 10 years, it will change. Okay, so the value of the any component today and after 5 years, it degrade, and likewise. So that is the factor here. And you can connect it with health science. How you can connect it? Okay. There are some cases people have presented it this way also, that okay, somebody is having certain kind of a health issue, and the person visited a doctor, and then the doctor gave a medicine. Okay, before giving the medicine to the person, he said two things now. Okay, that okay, if you take this medicine, it will immediately correct you, not a problem. Okay, but it will have a long-term effects also. Well, that is something which we need to understand. So if I have a myopic vision only, so I'll say that, okay, give me medicine. I want to get rid of the thing right now. I'm not taking care of future. Well, how mathematically you put it, that is basically nothing but your gamma is 0 basically. Gamma 0 means all these future terms are t plus 1, t plus 2, it becomes 0. Your value reward is just now. You want to correct it yourself. Okay, so you will get immediate reward. You are corrected. But if you think of the second part of it, that it has a bad impact in future, and how severe are those impacts, and how long it will be there, you are thinking of the gamma there. So if I take a gamma 1, that means I'm counting everything in the future steps as it is. And if it is 0, that means I'm not counting at all. So we have a spectrum from 0 to 1. Anything we can choose it. If I take 0.5, okay, I'm counting right now and giving about a 50% to my future one, and likewise. That is the importance of this gamma function. So the gamma function balances our vision, whether we are working towards a short vision or a long vision, as well as gamma function helps us in converging the problem, or it will reach towards the solution. Okay, so for at any state, what we will have certain value. So now every state is having certain value in form of a reward. So we represent it by V of S. It's a value and S is the state. So value is a function of a state. And what we can do here is, okay, let me take a pen. We can take it like this. So this one is my value function, and what we can do is, if I take gamma out of it, so it power is reduced by 1. Okay, so this one is nothing but the value of the next state. So that is how we come to a very interesting equation, that value of current state is nothing but the reward in the current state plus the discount of the value of the future state. This is how this equation comes into, and this is known as the value function, which is a function of states only. State means where you are right now. So if the monkey, so how is at state S1? So that is basically what is the value of S1, and value of S1 will be the reward at S1 plus the discounted reward of the next states. So say if it want to go to S2, we'll see how it will help us in making the things much better. And let's understand it from this table. Okay, how you, so what was the issue? So one issue is solved, that instead of making it 0, or instead of make it 10, so that the monkey can move. And then the second issue is also solved, that instead of making it 10, what should be the good value, so that it can reach, it will not oscillate. So that value we need to find it out, but it should not oscillate. We can solve it by using this discounted return. Then the third challenge is, what should be the value of this each state and how to get it. And then for that we use this this equation which I have mentioned here. So let's understand it this way, how to calculate. So I know this is the last value. This is 10. Okay. This is 10. And let's say the discount factor is 0.9. Okay. Okay, so and let's understand this way. So I know that if this is 10, my discount factor is 0.9. What is this value? So I use this terminology, this equation here. So R is 0 initially. I put everywhere 0. Discount is 0.9 and it reached to this one. Okay. So 0.9 of 10 is 9. So I'll get this value 0.9. So I can reach from these two places to 10. That's why these two values are 9. And then the next values are 0.9 times of 9. Then the next values are 0.9 of that. Then the next 0.9 of that. And finally, I have these values. Now my values are automatically taken there. And this is a good way to fill my table. This is a good way to find the values. So this one is basically the filling these values. We do it by this equation. So we started with zeros, and then we use this equation to fill my table. And then this will help us, or help the monkey to find the optimal way. How it will do. See, now let's understand it. Monkey is here. It will check on both the sides which one is giving me the higher value. Okay, so let's take it. It will go there. This is higher. Now at this state again, it will see this value, and this value. Obviously, it will not go back because the S0 is lower. It may go to S4 or S5. Say it go S5 because both are same, so it go there. Then at S5, it will check the values at S1, S6, S4, and S9. Okay, it find that okay, S6 and 9 are higher. It will go to this one. Then it will go to this one. Then again, next it will go this one. And then it will reach to the goal. So now your monkey is basically intelligent. It find the optimal path to reach the goal. There can be many possibilities because this is one of the path. This is also another path. Okay, it will go there, there, and then go down and reach there. There are many paths there, but since the problem is very much symmetric in nature, so you can have multiple paths. But now the monkey it will learn. So I hope you are able to understand this concept and you agree with me. Here is nothing like other types of learning, supervised, unsupervised. The monkey is doing, getting some reward, learning, modifying, and finally it will learn the path. Well, after this, the monkey will have action plan. So at any state, it has two action plans, means depending upon the problem. So you can see here, and then it can choose the directions, that which direction is appropriate to reach to the goal. And this is how the monkey learn, and this is how this MDP helps the monkey to learn. But this approach is a greedy approach. You know that I'm looking for immediate maximum reward. I hope you understand this concept here. Because what I'm looking here at any instant, that okay, which one is more? This is not more, this is more, and I'm going for then which is more. This is greedy approach. Basically, it may be possible in this scenario, it is not, but it may be possible that in future it lead to a area which is not very profitable. We can compare this one with the chess game. So just and this happens also when a new learner, a new player starts playing the chess game. Usually you will find that the chess player has a policy. Okay, there is new term which is known as policy. So this is the policy. You can see here, it S1 can go this side and it can go this side. We call it policy. We represent it by this symbol pi. Policy means it's strategy. It's a plan of actions. So policy is a function of action. It's a plan of actions basically. So when a new chess player plays, the policy is just kill the opponent. And by doing that, you'll find the person loses the game because there are many things. It's a defense, attack, and many other strategies are there. So killing the opponent that is basically immediate reward. And that is basically, we call it a greedy approach. So this greedy approach is, it's not we can't say it's an optimal one. It may not be. Because if you just kill it, and then the opponent will also kill you. And then at the end, you will find opponent has a good defense plan. Because you are attacking, you are getting killed every time. So when you are killing, you're getting a reward, but you're also killed at a certain time. You're not looking at the end goal. And this is basically, we call it a policy. This is a strategy. And it varies from person to person, problem to problem, like a football match. There is a coach, and he is with his team. So he first observed the second team. How they played. Okay, he has some kind of information, because this will help there. And based upon that, he'll say, okay, if you are going to play with this team, our policy, our strategy is first half we defense, they get tired, and second half we attack. But in the very next match, he changed it. He said, no, this team has a different plan, and let's attack first and then defense, and likewise. So these are the policies. So here we have policies, but If we are looking for immediate rewards, these are greedy policies, maybe not optimal, they may be suboptimal. In this scenario, in this setup, which is there on right now on your screen, it is a deterministic. Healthcare, we have many challenges. When we see the example, we'll get to that part. So most in the real world, the things are non-deterministic. And if the things are non-deterministic, that means we don't know how much or whether the same thing will happen or not. There is a there is a there is a there is a certain kind of uncertainty. How to model it? So there are various ways, and one of the way which we have done is basically we have used the transition probability there. So our goal in mathematical term is now modify. We want to maximize this one. So maximize this rewards, and the what is the best policy? Best policy is basically which will give the maximum maximum return. And if I'm talking about the policy, we will maximize over the aim is actions. So what are those actions which I follow, which will give me the maximum return, and that is my most optimal policy. And now this part which we are talking about, and that is basically we ask a monkey to move S1, but it may be possible it will jump to S2, or if I ask S4, it will jump to S8. So that means there is a certain kind of a uncertainty, certain kind of a uncertainty is there. We model it by using a transition probability. So this is how we model it. So you monkey is in state S, we give action go right, 20% times it will go to S1, but 80% time it may go to S2. Okay. Similarly, if we are talking going down, so there is a basically uncertainty into it. We add to it because our problem supposed to be what we are going to target. We know the real environment is not deterministic, like which we have discussed so far we have discussed, but practically it is not there. So we have to incorporate how to something so that we come near to the real problem, and that is basically we use this probability into the calculations, and this is basically we add here. Okay. Or we put that probability, we modify into this equation. Now if I'm in this equation, what we are looking for, maximize the reward. But if I talk about the real world, we will say no, we will maximize, but we will not maximize just simple the sum of the reward or returns or reward. What we are looking for, maximization of this symbol. This you will find, and this symbol is known as expectations. So what are my expectations? I go for maximization of this one. And how to mathematically write it? We just multiply the transition probability and take sum of all the probabilities there. This is known as Bellman's optimality equation. You'll find being used in all deep RL algorithms. It's a Bellman optimality equation. Okay, let's understand it through a vector diagram. So you are in state S. Okay, please try to understand it because this is important concept. Rest of the things people play around it. We are in state S. We follow a policy. These symbols you will find everywhere, and earlier stages people get not happy with these complex mathematical representations, and that's why they that is another one of the reason why it started late. But once people nowadays, now it's becoming, this is one of the most popular algorithm or genre of AI which people are using. So pi AS means it's a policy where S is given to a policy and it will find out what is the action. So these are the different actions. You can see these blocks are different actions. Okay. So these are the different policies. So this one is one policy. This one is another policy. This one is another policy. There are so many policies. Okay. So it will follow a policy, and then it will take certain action A, and then that action will end up a new state. So it can end up with S dash, it can end up with S1 dash or some other state, because now we are talking about an approach which states that the environment is not deterministic, it is stochastic, or there is a certain kind of uncertainty. So it reached there. So in this case, it reached to this point. So what are the chances it will reach there? That is given by this. P S dash given S and A. That means given a state S and state A, what is the probability it will reach to S dash? Once it reaches to S dash, it will get a reward. This we call as a backup diagram. Okay, and our goal is, we have so many setups there. We have this policy, this section, oh sorry, this section reach. So let me put it down. It will reach here, it may reach here, then we have another policy, another action, it may reach here, it may reach here. There are so many there, many combinations are there. Out of those, which will give the maximum one, that will be my best policy. So that is basically what we are looking here, that we are looking for the thing which give me the maximum return there. Okay, so just now revising all these things, because till so far we have completed the Markov decision process, MDPs, the framework. Now you can understand these terms. We have states which are represented by S, we have actions A, we have transition probability P, we have reward function, we have initial state, we have discount factors, we have value function. Value function is basically V of S, and then we have Bellman optimality equation, which is this one. Okay, so you can see there is a difference. You can see sometimes you'll find people write this, and sometimes they put it like this. Okay, what's the difference here? The difference here is this is generalized value function, and this is the optimal one. So optimal one is nothing but if I find out the maximum of this one, max of this, then I reach to the Bellman optimality equation, and that is our goal also. Okay, I think we are happy with the Markov decision process and the basic terminologies. Now let's move to the second part of it. We are moving towards the reinforcement learning algorithms, basically. So there are so many algorithms you can see on the screen: SARSA, Q-learning, deep Q-learning, double deep Q-learning, PPO, TRPO, policy. All these people talk about, computer people, they are, or AI people, they are working a lot on these terminologies. What we will do is we will try to understand the philosophy behind it. We'll try to learn only first some basic of this one. Then we take the health problem. We'll see how it fits there, and then depending upon time, we move to the next part of it. So the structure of RL algorithm is like this. We have two categorization. One is bandits, and then one is MDPs. Bandit, basically these are the slot machines that at any instant there is only one in 0 or 1 kind of structure. That is not of our much of interest. We have discussed with MDPs, that is Markov decision process. Now Markov decision process is nothing but what we have discussed so far, that is the MDPs. Now MDPs are of two types. Okay, one is model based MDP, another one is model free MDP. Model based means we have knowledge of the environment. Please try to understand. We have model means we have a model of environment. Okay, if we are working of we are playing a chess, we have a model of chess in front of us. Okay, but it can be model free. That means there is no prior knowledge of the environment. That is model free. Example, Google car. So Google car, if I'm running in doing the experiment in a lab, I know everything is fixed. that means the model of environment is there. But if I put a Google car on a road, the situation is totally different. From you will find different types of obstacles, different types of other vehicles, different types of road. Many things are there. So the environment of the environment is not known to us. So that is known as a model free, and people are moving towards a model free because model based is restricted one. If I am working on health science, a constraint structure, I can talk about model based. But then if I go deeper into the system, so if I'm talking about a curing a person who is suffering from diabetes, okay, I know some information, I can consider it's a model based. But if I change the patient, and then I'll have more information about the genomics or the other kind of parameters, and likewise, then my things are becoming more complex. I have to look for an environment which is model free, where we can apply some kind of a or we develop a more AI algorithm in such a way which can be applied anywhere. So that's basically the characterization here. In model based, again, we have two things there. I'm here. One is model is given, that everything is given to us. That okay, this is the physics, this is the biology, this is the chemistry of this one, or which you have to develop. So the model is given to us. The second one is, if it is not given, then we can learn the model. What is the meaning of this one? Meaning is, I have data. So say I want to develop it for carbon emission while I accelerate a bike. That is a simple problem. So one way is, I'm given with the complex mathematics that when I accelerate a bike, then how much oil will burn, and then how much that will generate a carbon emission, some physical equations, and everything is given. That is known as a model given. Second is model learned. Okay, that is not given, but what I have is, I have data that if acceleration is 2, then how much is the emission? If acceleration is 3, how much is the carbon emission? Acceleration is 4, how much is carbon emission? So I have data, and then from that data, I develop a model. So here I can again use machine learning or some other supervised method to develop that model. So that is basically model learned. But in both the scenarios, we are using a model which is known to us. In model free, nothing is known, no model is known to us, and neither we are looking in that one. But there are two categories there if you are working with model free. One is value based, another one is the policy based. What's the difference? And this classification creates a lot of confusion when people are working with reinforcement learning. Value based means my whole process is based upon the value, and then we find value means I'm in this state, what is the value? I'm in this state, what is the value? I'm in this state, what is the value? And then I combine all these things and then find out the optimal policy. Please understand this one. I find out the values and then find out the optimal policy. In policy based, I decide the policy first and then I modify it. Okay. So that's the difference here. That's the difference between these two. Otherwise, it's a confusion. Policy based, I make a policy first that, okay, this is my policy. And I mathematically, I'll show you also with some numerical example in the coming slides how it works. But then I modify with time that how to, because ultimate goal is to find out a policy which give me the maximum reward. Then in value based, we have again a division on policy and off policy. In on policy, basically, I'm using the same policy to learn and to evaluate myself, that how good I have learned. That is basically on policy. Off policy means there are two different policies. One policy to learn, one policy to evaluate. That is a difference here. In policy based, as I have explained you, it is basically maximizing the reward. So we are using a term maximization. And if I use this term maximization, we come back, this will help us like This will return us back to our 10th class. Maximization, minimization. That means we are solving optimization. And there are two ways of doing it. Most commonly, one is you find out the derivatives or gradients, and other one is you use without gradient. So there are two methods: gradient free, gradient based. Okay, so these are the two categories there, and these are the different methods people have developed it. On policy is the SARSA, off policy Q learning, deep Q learning, double deep Q, SC51, and then the gradient based, all these red you can see here, and then gradient free you can see here. These are the some popular algorithms which people have used. Now they have modified these algorithms also. So there's this stuff, this tree is becoming big and big every day. I hope you understand what are the different methods, how you can categorize them. Depending upon your problem, you can start it. What is your MD? What is your problem? Whether you are looking for model based or model free. If you're model free, whether you're looking for value based or policy based. If you're looking for policy based, then whether it's off policy or on policy, or it's a gradient based or gradient free, and likewise. Okay, so what we can take is any questions if you have right now. You can put it. Okay, let me complete it first, and then I'll take it. I can keep more time for the discussions. Please keep on noting your queries, because I'm sure you'll have a lot of questions regarding this one. Now let's talk about the first method to understand it, how practically or how numerically it is working, and that is basically value iteration. That is value based. Basically, I talk about. So goal is always the same. We look for optimal policy, but these are the assumptions if we are working with value iterations. That reward at every state is known. That is the first thing. We must know the reward at every state. If it is not known, we cannot find out the value at that state. And then transition probability is also known. That, okay, what is that transition probability? If I move from A to B, what percentage I'll able to reach there? That is basically. Okay. So in a way, we know the dynamics of the environment completely. If we know the dynamics of the environment, then we can use value iteration. Bellman equations I have already explained to you. The algorithm is very simple. Initially, you put the states 0, and then you why the link is broken? I don't know, and I don't know how long it has been broken.
Just few seconds back, sir.
Okay.
Few seconds.
So we are on the same slide where it's broken, or should I go back to one slide and then explain it back?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is value iteration, and what is the problem with this approach? Because we have to find out the maximum of all possible states. So we have to find out first all possible actions and all those things, and because of that, it's become very heavy. That's a problem with this approach, but this is very simple. Again, it's broken. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, fine. So, your internet is unstable. On my side, it's okay. But anyway, let's take it this way. Let's understand it, how it works mathematically also, because that will give you a better idea. So what we need an environment. So environment is given here. You can see here. Okay, annotations. So you can see the environment is given to us here. So you can see there are states S0, S1, S2, S3, and likewise. The job given is this bot has to move in such a way that it reach to S11 to charge itself. But just next to near to S11 there is a S7 where there is a fire. It can be damaged. In between there is another state S5 which is basically a obstacle. So it has to avoid the obstacle, it has to avoid the fire, it has to reach S11. What is the best way? That's the problem statement given to us. Okay, and then so now we frame it. So we need to find out states, we need to find out the actions. Only 4 actions are given: up, down, left, right. And the reward initially everywhere it is given 0 0 0 0 0. There's no reward for S5 because it's an obstacle. S7 is -1 because if it entered to the fire it will be damaged, and if it reached the goal S11 then it is +1. So we have states and actions and the transitions. Transitions, what is the meaning of transitions? It's a good way to understand it here. Deterministic means if I ask this robot to go down, so then it will go 100% down. This is deterministic. That means the probability is 1. Stochastic means if I ask the robot to go down, it may possible it remain there. It may be possible it to go left or right. It may be possible it to go down. So it's a stochastic. And this environment of stochastic we completed by probability. That is we have discussed. So we have transition probability. So the transition probability for this case we have kept it like this, that if we ask a robot to go a particular state, so 90% times it will go, but 10% time it remain there. Okay, so we are not talking about this 3 scenario. We are talking about this scenario only, that if I ask robot to go down, so 10% time it remain there, but 90% time it goes there. So we model it like this. Okay, and then we have a reward. And then search tree we have already discussed. So this one is a, I don't square, keep it up. So this one is again the same. You at any state we have many actions. We have take one action, and then what is the probability each reach to this state. Once it reaches, it will get a reward, and this is the basically the search tree. And this term is basically, we know what is GT. It's the sum of the rewards in every step, and our goal is to maximize our rewards. And if you use the discount factor, then this is a proof of the theorem there. These are available in the books and everywhere. So I'm just skipping this part because we have discussed it many times. Okay, so let's skip this part, and we will reach to a point here. Okay, so now let's understand this one. So this one is the first step when everything is 0. And then what will happen, say somehow it reaches from S10 to S11. So if it reaches from S10 to S11, so we calculate it here. Okay, so what is the probability of going? Okay, what is the probability of, so if I give a command at S10 that go right, so 90% we have discussed that 90% it will go, so we put 0.9 here. Understand it what we are talking about now. 90% time it will go. And then R is there, this R, so it is already 0 0 0 everywhere, so we put it 0 here. Then gamma is the discount factor, we consider it's a 0.9, so we put it 0.9 here. And when it reaches to S11, it will get a reward of 1. This is the first calculation. The second calculation is 10% time it remain there, so that's the probability 0.1. The reward, if it is at S10, it is 0. Because it remained there, it will 0. So if I calculate it whole, it will get 0.81, and that is how this value is calculated. This one is a bit modified from the earlier calculations. You will see in the coming slide. At the next iteration, it will change. This value is no more 0.81. You can see here now it changes here. Because if you do the calculation, this will be the same 0.9 because we are saying go right, 0 initially, and 0.9 into 1. But now this changes because it is no more 0 here. It is 0.81 times over there. So this value changes. This will strengthen it. Okay, because when next layer come into picture, this will strengthen. And then with the time, if you keep on doing, you will find that this will further strengthen. And after some time, okay, you will get it, the value there. And why? Question is where this max is playing a role. This max. See, at this point, at 6, this is modifying in a positive way. It is not modified by this way, this -1 value. That's why this max of A is playing a role there. So this will help us in making the things more appropriate. Finally, you will find after few iterations, these values will be stabilized. You can see here, when I click it, the value keep on changing. So every iteration, they keep on changing, but after some time, these values will stabilize. You can see it. They are stabilized. So this one is S0, which stabilizes, then S1 also there, then S2. So all the states will stabilize. Once this value stabilizes, we will say that this setup is, these are the final values. That means we have converged. Well, this is same as if you are aware of first year, second year computer science, it's a dynamic programming. We are finding a solutions, backtracking the things there. It is the same kind of setup, but presented in a different way and all that. So this setup is there. And once this stabilized, now we have values. Now, once we have values, then, sorry, I'll go back. Once we have value, then we have action plan that, okay, I move from this to this, go there, and then go down, and then reach here. So now I have path. This is what we also discussed here earlier also. Okay. This one is basically the value-based value iteration. The second iteration I talked about there is the policy-based. Okay. So policy-based, there are two things. There are two evaluations. One is the policy evaluation and another is policy improvement. So why we are doing two things in what we do in policy based? In policy based, what we do is we decide the policy first, that okay, this is my policy. Okay. And the policy is, okay, whatever be the place, I'll go right. That is my policy. And then I evaluate it, okay, how good it is. If it is not good, then I improvise it. And that's why it's a two-step process. It's evaluation and then improvement. So I decide it and then evaluate it and then improve it. So it's basically a kind of a, so how it will work, let's see. So this is the policy here. Initially, we have taken a policy that, okay, every time I go right. This is, I have decided. Now we evaluate it. So what will be how we evaluate it? We know that if it is +1, so what is this value? So we go by the same calculations that the way we have calculated in earlier example. But focus here, S6 states, because the policies always go right, so it will hit this side. And if I put these values, my value is -0.81. So this is the policy evaluation. Basically, we are evaluating it. So we first evaluate everything. Okay, we evaluate each and every part of it. Okay, once it is evaluated, okay, so once it stabilizes in some way, some form of it, this is now stabilizes, and you can see here some are positive values and some are negative values, but it stabilizes. Then we'll see that which is good or which is bad, and we know that. So how we find it? We go for argmax, that is maximization of that value with respect to A. We are going to argumented maximization, not a value maximization, that which action which help us in giving the maximum value. As we go for these calculations here, you will find by doing that, at any instant, we like here we have two actions. Also here we have two actions and two actions, and then when we go for argmax kind structure, immediately you'll find that this change the direction here. Instead of going right, go down. So as you take this decision, that is if you evaluated it, and now if you again do the old calculation means, because now you have changed the direction, this direction, that instead of going right, I'll go down. That means you have now new policy. So now if you have new policy, then we evaluate the policy again. And if you evaluate the policy again, the value is shifted to a positive value. It stabilizes at a positive value. And once it stabilizes to a positive value, then you will have a new action plans with you. And finally, oh sorry, I think I just hit it. Okay, so finally you'll find a way when it converges or when it stabilizes, you'll find a policy. Either you go this side or you go this side. End results are the same, but the approaches are different. In first, we just calculate the values, find out what is the which direction giving me the max, and I reach to the goal. In the second one, I fix first that I'll follow this, and then after when the value stabilizes, then I check it where I have done the mistake, and then I modify it. It is same again. I'll take it to the chess game. Sometimes we are already fixed it that okay, I'll play with the whatever is the second person is playing. I will play with bishop, and then I lose the game, and then I'll conclude no, this is not a idea. If this is the setting, playing with the bishop is not a good idea. I have to shift it from bishop to some other component or something like that. That is basically the two way of doing the things there. Okay, so these are the comparison of you can compare these two approaches. So value iteration, it update the value and give the most optimal policy and all at the end. Policy based, we have two steps. We fix the policy, we evaluate the policy, we modify the policy, and finally we reach to the goal. What are the benefits of these two approaches? These both are very simple. You can see here just going down, going up, and all these things. The convergence is very fast. What is the challenge here? And the big challenge is it requires the knowledge of the complete dynamics of the environment in advance. If it is not having that information, it will not able to give you good results. So in advance, what we want the knowledge, what is the environment, the states, the reward, sorry, not reward, the transition probabilities, and all those things there. Okay, and this is the challenge. And the challenge is in natural problems, we don't know the dynamics. We don't know the complete dynamic of the environment. The models are very complicated. And that's why these simple problems, these approaches, they fail to do a good results there. We have to think of something else. And another idea came into picture, and that is known as Q function. So Q function is basically, see what is happening there. Now let's understand it. What's the difference between V and Q? So in V, we are talking about that, okay, I'm in this state, what is my value? And then I'll go to another state, what is my value? And then we evaluate everything first, and then we make actions that, okay, this direction is giving me a good value, this direction is. Q is a bit different. Q say that why not to make a combination of state and action? Like I'm in any state, there are 4 actions plans going up, down, right, left. So why not I calculate the combinations that, okay, S with up, S0 with up, S0 with the right, S0 with left, S0 with down. And from there itself, I find out which is the best. So that's a modification here. You can see here, it's no more a function of S. This is a function of S and A, state and action. We call it, these are the Q states, quasi states. And these quasi states help us in finding the things in much, much, much better way. They make the things, because they are at the instant we can find it out. We need not to do each and everything for the whole environment. At the instant, okay, which action and state give me the most appropriate results. So that is basically QSA. Calculations are the similar way, but the representation is different because of the presence of S and A. So that means for each S and A, I'm calculating it. Pi means the policy, and if you maximize it, then it will give me a star, and the star will be taken like this. Okay, so this is the backup diagram, simple policy. That now I'm not talking about S. In earlier, what we are doing, we have S, and then we have various actions, and then at actions, then earlier we have S, and then we have different actions there. In the earlier slide we have discussed, and then we take one kind of action, then it reach to another state, and likewise. Here it is different. It's say we start with S and A, and we reach to a certain state, you will get a reward, and likewise. And maximization means which will give me the maximum value. So it's a combination of the structures there. And rest of the things are different, same, because only the variation is that it's a pair calculations, S and A pair calculations there. We have all expectations and the probability and optimality equations. You can, if you see these things, they are the same. Well, if how to process this one now, what change will occur if I go by Q? Equations seems the same, but what change will occur? In earlier case, I'm calculating value at every state. So if there are many states, I have to calculate each and everything for every state. But here we are looking for every state action pair there itself. How to do it? Because it's a challenging. And the one way of doing it is solving it is basically we use TD learning, that is known as a temporal difference learning. This is basically, we call it a delta learning also. Okay, so understand it in a simple ways. This is I'm at any decision point, I take any decision, and then after taking the decision, I'll evaluate it, how good it is. Okay, so I know that there is a delta correction there, or even before taking decision, if I predict it, okay, yeah, I estimate it that, okay, if I take this action, this is the value I'm going to get it. That is my estimation. And then I'll check it, what is the actual I'm receiving it. So there is always an error between that actual and my prediction value. We call that one as a delta. That is basically an error between the estimation and the actual. And if I take it as temporal, state by state and all those kinds of structures, this is known as a temporal difference. One state and another state, what is the difference? What is my estimation? What is actual is there? And I use that error to modify my estimates. Well, that is exactly what is happening here. You can see here, this is basically my initial state kind of thing. I'm going to modify it. This is what I have assumed, basically, I have taken it. So then I add something to it. I add a delta to it. So I add some kind of a delta. Okay, I add a delta here. That delta is what? That is basically what is expected. This is the expected, and this is what I have. So the error between the expected and what I have. And then I multiply it by alpha. This is basically nothing but a learning rate, how fast I want to learn. And I add this term, which we call as the TD error, to my initial value. I'll get a new value. So it's an iterative way of learning. This is how we can use it. Here, we don't need the complete dynamics of the system. That's the advantage here. We don't need. And this is This is how sometimes doctor also do it. You go to a doctor that I'm having a fever, he will prescribe you some medicine and then check it based upon some symptoms, check it, prescribe you medicine, and then ask you, okay, report me after 2 days or 1 day. After 2 days, you are fine. It's okay. It's a one shot of correction. But if you're not correct, then he will change the medicine. He will increase or decrease the dose. Just take the example of a diabetes kind of stuff. So medicine dose increase or decrease, and he keep on doing till the thing stabilizes. So it's nothing but it's a TD, temporal difference kind of learning. So here we don't need the complete the model of the system. We, based upon the current situations, we modify our decisions and likewise, and that is what is happening here. So we don't need a complete knowledge. We just take actions. We have estimations, what is expected, what we have actually, how much is the difference. Based upon that, we modify our things. The modify is basically this Q values, and then it keep on running, and then it stabilizes. Okay, so if we have MDPs, everything is known, we just compute the values, but if it is not known, then we estimate Q and S. Basically, that is how we do it. Okay, so I start with the own policy, which is known as a SARSA. The name is there, but what we have discussed, that is the same. SARSA means state action reward state action. That is SARSA. SARSA. State action reward state action. That means you are in state T. You have taken action T. You reach to a state T plus 1. You will get a reward T, and then you go for action T plus 1. That is basically a SARSA. Okay, and the calculations are the same. Okay, you have Q calculations, and this is Q update. You can see here, this is Q update. So you have old value of Q. This is what you have estimated. This is what you have. Based upon that, you update to the next state. Please note it. You are just evaluating or expecting depending of the next state and action here. This one. This whole calculation from here to here, this is known as your
मैं
temp.
बिल्कुल तुम्हारे फेवर में हूँ ओ यार कैटेगराइज कर रखा है यस
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And then based upon this delta error, we modify our Q values, and then finally we reach to a solution there. In Q learning, the only difference is the difference here. Focus it here. In SARSA, we take state action, reward, state action. In Q learning, we have state action, reward, and next state. So what we are looking here is maximum of Q. So we modify as per the maximum of that one. Okay. And then people talk about greedy, non-greedy approaches. I'm not going to that one. There are a lot of divisions there, but giving you the overall structure, what is the difference and how is the difference? This is the difference between the two approaches. So how the Q learning table is developed for the same case, I have already explained you the building of this for value based. Basically, that was value based, means that was the SARSA one. We are talking about how it will work, and the algorithm is very simple here. So we have on this side, we have all the states here. You can see here S0 to S10. Okay, S5 is not there in this one because it's a blocked. S11 is the terminal, so we will not keep it here. And then here we have actions here. You can see here action right, left, up, and down. And what we will do is we fill up this table, that if we are in state S1, going right, what is the value? Going left, what is the value? Going up, what is the value? Going down, what is the value? So this lookup table, we fill it. Okay, and then if we are at any state, then what we will do? We just see that how it will work. So how to fill this value, this whole table? We initialize with zeros, and then we update this table by using this pseudo code. And what is this pseudo code? This is basically the same basic equation we use it to fill this table. Once this table is filled, then it's very easy. what we will do, at any instant we'll see, okay, I'm in S6, I'll check this whole row. What is the maximum value? Oh, okay, maximum value is going down, so I'll take this one and then I'll check it. Going down means I'll reach S10, so I go S10 and then check it whole row. Okay, what is the maximum value? Maximum value is going right, so I'll go right and I reach to the goal. It is like that. This is basically how the Q learning will work. So Q learning basically it use tabular approach. Right now we have discussed is because our states and action both are discrete in nature. We can use tabular approach. There are issues with tabular approach, how to get rid of all those things. We will discuss in the coming slide. But this is how this whole structure can be developed for a Q learning. Okay, so then people compare which one is what and how then we can easily compare those things there. What is the difference? We can have the difference here. Sarsa also we can do. This is also Sarsa. Sarsa doesn't mean V is there. The difference in Sarsa and Q learning, I told you, this is the difference. It is parameterized, or it is basically modification is done on the basis of maximum of the value. In Sarsa, it is basically the old value which is being used. So that's the difference, this one. And that's why this one is online policy and this one is offline policy, because online means this one using the updation and evaluation with the same policy, whereas in Q learning, updation is based upon the old value. Oh, sorry, updation is on the basis of the maximum value, whereas the evaluation on the old value. So there is a difference between those two there. So that's the difference between online and offline kind of arrangement there. Okay, so we have completed a basic modules of algorithm of value based. Both are value based. Please note it. Both are value based. We are calculating the values based upon the state and actions there. And so let's implement it to a healthcare problem first. So let's take one problem, and the problem is basically there. It's in a CDSS problem, and let's take the problem is there is a doctor, there is a patient, a hospital, there is an action plan. So now you can, I think you can correlate it with the real world. Agent is there. Basically, agent is a doctor who has to take a decision, and then there is an action plan based upon what are the patient state. So patient is an environment, it will return the state. So states are the parameters. Okay, the glucose is this much, blood level, blood pressure is this much, and pathological reports and many more things are there. So those are the states of that patient. And based upon that patient, he has some action plan that I'll take this action. So then he will take an action. Action means he prescribes certain medicines, and then medicine we put it to the patient, and then patient states will change. Either he will be corrected, or his health is improved, or it is deteriorated. So it will result into new states, and the new states with certain reward. Reward means it will come that okay, the health has gone down, so that is a negative reward. So both things will come to the doctor that okay, your health goes down, and these are the new parameters. Based upon these two, again he will decide a new action plan, new medicine plan, and then those new medicine plan goes to the doctor, and then the loop keep on coming. So now we fix the whole this kind, and this is a routine process how the doctor they treat you. When you meet to a doctor, you explain what is your problem. So those are your states. Then maybe he asks you for more, ask some more states. That means he ask you to go to visit a lab and perform certain pathological or other tests. Come with those things. Based upon those, the doctor will prescribe you some medicine. So he's having an action plan, and then you take those medicine, and then again you reach to the doctor that okay, I'm corrected, so it's a positive reward. And then if you're not corrected, then there's a negative reward, then he changed the medicine, and likewise. So that is the same kind of setup there which is being there. Okay, so let's talk about a case. We see basically we are managing blood glucose. Okay, ICU patient, and so then how to do it? So we have certain information. We have information of sugar level of a patient, and then that can be categorized. Okay, so one way is we can have we have those values, but we can make a compartment of those values. Bin, we call it bin compartment, or discretize those values. That if my BZ is less than 70, I put it in hypoglycemia, so S1 state. If it is between 70 to 120, I call it normal. I call it state 2. If it is 120 to 180, I'll say mild hyperglycemia. So I'll put it in S3. And then if it is, oh, the sign is wrong here. So if it is more than 180, I'll put it in severe hyperglycemia. So I have range. So I know that from these are ranges. So I put it the range from 0 to say 200, and I put into 4 compartments: less than 70, 70 to 180, 180 to 120, 120 to 180, and more than 120. So these are my 4 states. So anytime a person who is coming to me, based upon the BC level, I can categorize that what is the state of that person. Okay, then I have action plan. So one action plan is I increase the insulin dose 2 units. That is one action plan. And then okay, so yeah, so there is a request. So what I'm not going to talk on the high level RL algorithms. I'll explain this part and quickly would do these case studies, and then I close my session. I planned it for till 4 o'clock, but there is a request to wind it up a bit fast. Okay. So now I have actions. That is basically, first action is you increase the insulin level 2 units. So it's a A1. Second is you maintain the same dose. So that's the second action, A2. Third is you decrease it. Okay. So it is basically A3, and A4 is we administer more glucose and something like that. So I have now states, and now I have actions there. And then there is a transition probability, because this is very important in healthcare. Transition, because my state and actions are only based upon the one parameter, what is BZ level. But when I take an action, many things will happen. When I take an action, the next state, it may improve, it remains same, it increases, it worsens, it goes down. And how to model it, there comes the transition probability, because it varies also. So it may be like if I am in S3, and then if I take certain kind of there are probabilities. So how we calculate these probabilities? We have lot of samples and trials. So from that distribution, it may be possible that it may be that, okay, S3, there are 85% chances. If I take this action, I go to S2, but there are 1% chance, sorry, 10% chance, nothing will happen. Oh, and 10% chance it goes to S1 state. It may be possible that 1% chance it goes to S4, and it may be possible that 4% it remaining there, because we know our body is totally different. Body dynamics is different, and there this transition function. That's why this function is very important. So if you are any state S3, okay, so a person is there S3, and if the action is taken, say A3, for S3 some action is taken, say A3 is taken. So person has to reach to so it depends on person to person. 85% it will move from S3 to S2. It may possible person may react badly, it may jump from S3 to S1. It may possible that it worsen, and it may possible it remain there. So how to model it? We use the transition probability. And then we have a reward. And what is the reward? This is also we develop as an expert, that if my BZ is maintained, I'll say +10. Yes, it is maintained. If it is maintained in this range, I'll say +5. If it is worsened, -10. And if it is worsened badly, minus 20. So this is how we can put the reward there. And the terminal state is basically discharge or whatever the criteria you put it in. It is maintained continuous, or you for 5 days you discharge, a person is corrected, you discharge, something bad happen, you discharge. So those are the terminals set up there. So this is exactly like what we have discussed so far. And our goal, we know what is our goal. We have to improve the patient health, and mathematically we are looking for increase these plus points there. That is basically good outcome there. So you apply any of these approaches which we have discussed with these settings, and we are looking for optimal policy. This we have already discussed. Let me quickly wind up the things. This we have already discussed. So when you initialize, we prepare Q table. Initially everything 0, and then by using the Q update equation, after 50 episodes we have these values, and then now we can find out how to reach at any state, right? So if you are S4, we check it out, what is the best here. So this is the best. What is the action? You take that action, you reach to another state. S2, what is the maximum value? This value, what is the action? And likewise. So that help us in making a treatment. This system is an automated system. You don't need even doctor later on, because these things automatically comes to a computing system which keep on modifying the things, keep on updating and getting things better and better. This is another work which we have implemented and published. You can check, the article is freely available online also. This is basically working on the signals, that is SEMG signals taken from the muscles. The challenge is, when you take the signal from a muscle, these signals are very weak, very sensitive. They have a lot of noise, because your mobile is near around, it will sync with that one. Some inverter is working, it will have that noise, or some other electronic equipment is working, so that is mixed. So the challenge is how to filter out those noises, because if I know the signal and the noise, I can design a filter for it, but I don't know what type of noise it is mixing with one. So we have used RL to reinforcement learning to design a most optimal filter, which is automated filter, which remove the noise from it. This is another example which can be implemented in health sciences and all those area, if you are working with signals there. Okay. So these are certain results. The article is available online. You can check it from there. So this is another one. And quickly, I just wind it up in 3 slides, and after that, I'll take your questions. So people are doing tumor detection and image, and then they talk about this problem. They want thousands and thousands of images. And one of the approaches there, this is there, and which is there on your screen, that is basically CNN. So it looks, you put so many images and find out the tumor location and identification. But I'm proposing another approach which we have implemented, that we take CNN just to identify, instead of taking big picture, we will talk about a very small section of a picture, and we just ask that whether something is okay or not okay there, not the tumor and all those things, making it small kind of a arrangement there. This is just a conceptual part here, but it can be incorporated to enhance the accuracy. And then what we will do is, we divide the whole image into grid, and then okay, so you can take this picture. So CNN, check it here. Nothing is there. Then it moves here, then moves here, keep on moving. So at every state, you can see here, there is a reward. Plus reward, nothing, minus reward. If you find something, something genuine, it's a positive reward. Nothing, it's negative reward, and likewise. So this keep on moving. And finally, you will see that when it reaches here, you can see here the reward is getting maximum and all these things there. So this one is again a grid kind of a problem. And if you merge it with these models, you will find that the accuracy level is very high. You can see the tumor and the location and the identification is very, very high here. So you can use this RL approach. I have presented 3 cases here which we have implemented. One is the medical one, a medical treatment in a way of the subscribing or giving the medical doses and all that. The second one is the signal one. Third one is your image one. There are enormous applications there. This area is building in a very, very big way. We are talking about the intelligent machines or machines which learn from there. We are talking about agentic AI, which is now getting popular. And the back end of agentic AI is basically RL. There is one agent which is getting intelligent with more and more information there. There are many things there to discuss, but yeah, because of the limitation of the time, I stop it here. I'll take now your questions from here, because what we have discussed is discrete environment. There are challenges with the discrete environment, and one of the biggest challenges is the division of these grids. So you divide this problem into 4x4 grid. I divide this problem into 10x10 grid. Somebody else divided into 100x100, and then and we know that now if I increase the grid, and then we have actions, so the lookup table becoming large and large, and sometimes it becomes so large that uh, it's difficult to find a solution very fast because of the because of the because of the size. And then also there is sparsity in the matrix lookup table, because nothing is here initial here these sites, only the image is somewhere in between. So many places it's 0 0 0, nothing is there. At some place you'll find one. So there is an issue, and the real word is continuous. It's not so discrete. So how to convert a continuous into discrete and converting it back is again a real challenge. So there people shift from lookup table to approximators, and then they start using neural network and deep neural network in that domain. So I'm not touching that part right now, otherwise it will take a lot of time. Okay, so I'm stopping my presentation here, and now I'm open for the queries. So if you have queries, please type or unmute yourself, put the queries so that I can answer your things there. You have queries, please.
Thank you, Rajesh sir. There is a few questions in the chat box.
Okay, so I'm taking here. So how RL optimize ambulance dispatch in rural where GPS signals are weak to reduce emergency response time? Well, yeah, this one is a interesting question in a way how you are designing it. If you are designing it as a path planning problem, then it's the same kind of a structure which we have discussed uh, in our problem. If you are designing this problem as availability and the distance calculations and the solution, then it's a simple optimization problem there. But if you're looking for a path planning problem, you can use the same approach like what we have discussed. But if your GPS signals are weak, but at some places there are certain signals, so you can approximate the near around pattern there. That can be one of the scenario there. That, or you can use the landmarks there. So if I convert this whole problem into into an image kind of a setup there, then I can put important landmarks there, and based upon those situations, I can find it out. But if the signals are not at all, and your signal is your input, then you have to use the near around landmarks to estimate the position and all those things there. So the complexity increases, and likewise. So it totally depends upon the parameters, how you are taking those parameters. But this problem can be solved with RL. But what will happen once it reached the goal, and if more episodes are being done, it will develop its own map that at any instant what is the location. So after some time, it may not require even GPS signal, because it knows that okay, you are on this trajectory and you are at this time step, so where you are. So that's the advantage of it, and that's why this area is developing, because it is getting independent of such kind of restrictions there. There is another question that design an RL model to rural Indians to adopt preventive health measures such as vaccinations. What reward you? So reward will be given. What reward will be? Reward will be given on the basis of the correctness. So what you are maximizing it. Sometimes and that is basically the designer part. But initially, if I'm not into that domain, I start with something with certain kind of a reward. But later on, my algorithm can also modify my rewards, depending upon how the rewards are affecting my overall performance. Usually the rewards are set up by the experts there. That's the thumb rule. Okay, you have experts, then and then what should be taken? Like, we also understand after some time, none of us is like, at least I'm talking about myself, I'm not a doctor, but I know that if there is a fever, go for paracetamol. This is basically comes out with certain kind of a learning with time. So that is basically, I know that is a reward, that it will lower down my temperature and all that. But at the same time, it's not advisable to for all kind of temperature rise. It may be because of some other issues. So then if I take it and if it create a problem, then that reward will that situation will modify my learning there, that no, it's not a universal that okay, for every temperature rise you'll take a paracetamol. For certain kind of things it's okay, for this kind of things it's not okay. So I'm learning with experience and all that things. That is, I think I'm able to answer your question here. And then there is, can RL improve supply chain of medicines in rural by predicting demand and optimizing? Yes, you can do that. See, RL, now you understand the crust of RL is basically we do certain actions and we improvise with every time we keep on learning. That is the main theory here. You can use it for any purpose. For prediction, every time you predict it, there is certain error, and then you modify those things. Like, okay, initially I predict based on the earlier time step, but I'll find that okay, after some time my errors are not converging. What I missed here, and then you come out with a certain kind of information, or then you revisit your data, you come out that oh, I missed the seasonality. So you improvise. What you will do, you increase your inputs to your input. People are using RL for that also, understanding what is happening, where I'm missing it, what the new I can add to it. And that is also people, it can be used there. And that is basically, if you take it that you do it by using your chat GPT and all the find ask it, because that is having more information means it has a wider area on which it has a experience, and that one. So through experience you learn it. You can use predictions use it's there in, when we talk about policy optimization or value optimization is already there. It totally based upon maximizing your profits and all that. So it's very close with the optimization and all those stuff. The only important part is how well you have designed your problem, the parameters you have taken it. And the good part is you don't need a lot of samples here. Even with a few samples, you keep on doing and then keep on learning and modifying, and then more unknown samples or new things comes to you. The memory part keep on modifying, keep on updating, and later on you have better results there. I think right now these are the only 3 questions here. If you have more questions, you can put it, I can answer, or you unmute if you have any question there.
Participants, if you have any other questions, please ask, or you can write in the chat box. I think there's no more questions, sir. So
okay.
Thank you very much, Rajesh sir, for your highly insightful and thought-provoking session on reinforcement learning and its application to healthcare. Your talk provides a very clear understanding how the reinforcement learning throughout the framework of Markov decision process and the various learning algorithms enables the machine learning to enable optimal decisions by interacting with their environment, and how much like the clinicians make experience-based judgment to improve the patient outcome. The way you connected these fundamental AI concepts with the real-world health care applications, from treatment planning to adaptive therapies, was truly remarkable. And your beautiful highlighted how these intelligent models can support the evidence-based decision making and enhance the personalized care. And we sincerely thank you, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge and the research experience with such clarity and passion. On the behalf of Mody University and ATAL-FDP organizing team, we express our heartfelt gratitude for your valuable contribution to this program. And your session has truly inspired our participants to explore how the intelligent learning system can transform the future of healthcare. Thank you once again, sir, for enlightening and inspiring the session. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah, Prof. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me for this talk, and I hope things are meaningful for many. I just shared my my web link and the more PPT advanced and all those things, they are also available on the LinkedIn profile. Also, people can directly download from there. I have already put many PPT algorithms and code on the website. My mail ID is also there. So if any of participant here is interested in working in this domain, want to collaborate in this domain, they are most welcome. Just write to me. I'm very quick on the replying the things on the mail, uh, and uh, and yeah, phone call is a bit difficult right now. I'm in at a different part of the world, but yeah, probably I'll visit in December. Maybe if you have time, you or any participant who want to discuss the things in person, I'll be available at NIT Jaipur for next 3 months vacation period. So if anybody is interested in physical in discussions in meetings, all are most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Participants, we have already shared the feedback form in the chat box. Please fill all that, and we have a valedictory session. And please stay with us. And during the session, we will tell you of about the
Online
quiz and the
feedback.
feedback.
Good evening, everyone. It's an absolute delight to see one of you present here at the valedictory session for this faculty development program on AI and innovative engineering in healthcare, from smart implants to wearable tech. Esteemed dignitaries and today's speakers, expert speakers from past sessions, Dr. Daman Saluja, Professor Ram Vilas Pachauri, Mr. Dilip Upadhyay, Mr. Nilotpal Barua, Dr. Shraddha Chauhan, Dr. Sudeep Paul, Dr. S.N. Sarvadhikari, Dr. Mamta Jaiswal, Mr. Sumit Patel, Dr. Suveen Kumar, and Dr. Manas Thakur, and our international speakers, Dr. Monjar Saha and Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Respected President Mody University, Professor Ashutosh Bharadwaj, Dean ICT Professor Prateek Bharti, faculty members, and dear participants. On behalf of Mody University, I, Dr. Jitu Sharma, Coordinator ATAL-FDP, welcome you all on the closing ceremony of the 6-day Faculty Development Program. In last 6 days, we have gone through 13 wonderful sessions. All these sessions are witnessed by more than 167 participants from different AICTE approved institutions of all over the country. We are hereby heartily thanks to all our participants, speakers, experts for making this program a great success. I want to thank all our beloved participants for showing your interest for this FDP. Thank you all for being here with us from last 6 days, for your active participation throughout this FDP. Now we would like to hear from the participant side. So dear participants, if you want to share your thoughts, your opinion with us, are most welcome. Please feel free to share your views with us. You can unmute your mic and share your thoughts with us.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I am Dr. Anand Sharma from Department of Computer Science and Engineering, SCT, Mody University of Science and Technology. I just want to congratulate the organizing team for conducting this wonderful FDP regarding the biomedical engineering with the current and latest topic of AI. So, as you have collected a good gem of speakers for us, that is wonderful, and the workshop is well planned and executed actually. So I just want to thank you all for those informative sessions and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand sir, for sharing your thoughts and an incredible feedback. Thank you, sir. Any other participant? You can also write your feedback in your chat box, and even you can send a small video and post it through the WhatsApp group. I also want to inform you that quiz of this FDP will be conducted at 7:30 p.m. And you all are requested to complete this by today 10 p.m. as a link will be disabled thereafter. Please note that securing a 70% of marks is compulsory for this successful completion of this FDP. Also, please fill out the feedback form without fail on ATAL-FDP portal, as it is also a mandatory requirement. Your timely completion of both the quiz and feedback will ensure smooth processing of your FDP certification. After completing quiz and feedback, kindly wait for another 2-3 days to generate your certificate. And once finalize the process, we will inform you definitely in the WhatsApp group about the process of downloading the certificate. Thank you. Thank you all.